Hello again, everybody, live from Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers. Sorry we're a little late. Had a couple of things to get going here on our live stream this morning, but we are ready to roll here at Lightning Strikes for this Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour event. Corey Hausman here with his dad Russ and their helpers, and they're getting ready to get us going this morning. There was an accident on I-95 or 75. It was a bad one. We've got some people in transit, so we're going to wait a little this morning. But that sort of worked out well. I hope nobody got hurt. But here we're waiting for some entries. So a lot of people in transit waiting on the highway, unfortunately. But they're not hurt. They're saying they're just in traffic. So that's what I meant when the words were that worked out well. Again, we want to thank all of you for joining us today. This is going to be a sport shot pattern, and it is an extremely tough one. The ISC 2019 singles pattern. It is extremely tough. Last night, John Rakoski put on a show, shooting 938 for 4. He went clean 4 games. Only 2 bowlers breaking 900 last night. Only 4 bowlers plus. So we're ready to go today. The bowlers are coming in, checking in at the check-in table. We should have between 60 and 80 bowlers bowling today on this very, very tough sport shot. Renee Waddell on, Dusty Barner, welcome aboard, everybody. Again, a quiet morning here at Lightning Strikes. No junior leagues today, and people just filtering in slowly. And we'll be live streaming 8 games of qualifying. That's a long day. And cutting to the top 5 step ladder. 8 games, cut to the top 5. They bowl 4 games, so 12 games of action. We do have a very strong field, even though it's between 60 and 80. David Stouffer, John Rakoski, the great PBA or the great USBC Hall of Famer John Janowitz here, Trevor Roberts, Ethan Fiore. Got some great bowlers here today. Stouffer, who's won one of these events, Mark Pulaski Jr., who's won one of these events, and of course Roberts, all champions of the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour. Ronnie Martin, the third bowling today, who could very well be a factor. He bowls great in these scratch events. 3 games a week. Finished 3rd last weekend in the Proprietors event. Has bowled for the title here about 4 months ago against Dom Barrett. So Ronnie Martin here today. A lot of young players, a lot of veterans. And we will get the show on the road with all of you. We will be watching lanes 9 through 12 and 13 through 16. We will be using tournamentbowl.com today. Who do I put my money on today? The Curtis family would like to know. Well, that's usually called the Litchi Kiss. I like John Janowitz's action. He was my teammate in the USBC events 2008, 9, 10, and 11 with the late Pete Couture, and the 10 and 11 teams with myself, John, Pete, Ricky Ward, and my son Michael. We bowled very well. We went 38th one year, 75th one year. But I watched Janowitz for 4 years. His low series in Albuquerque, Las Vegas, and back-to-back Reno events was 1980, a couple of 2080s, and a 21-0. And when I watched the moves he made in those 4 events, and then the next year in 2012, when he left our team, he won with John Gaines and Mitch Jabzinski, and I can't think of his name, I will in a minute. They won the 2012 event. Janowitz with 3 eagles, a gifted player, so he would be my pick today. Obviously, David Stouffer's been on a roll, but last night looked a little shaky. The first three, shooting 540 on this pattern. Had a big last game at 240 to get a check, but it looks like he's got a little too much hit at the bottom of the swing. Looks like you have to be very soft at the release point, extremely accurate. Speed control is critical, loft is critical, tilt rotation, speed, tilt speed is critical, ball choice critical, surface critical, lay down critical. Again, Janowicz, Rakoski, got to be a fine shot maker on this pattern, so we'll find out. Again, the place starting to fill up. Got some action coming in. Here we go. The bowler's back here at Robert Eddy's, and there he is at the check-in table. The boss struggling last night, but there's no stopping him. He just wants to bowl. That's how he rolls. He knows that he's not much of a factor in these events, but he does this religiously. He bowls his scratch events. It's just part of his MO. Wants to get out there and participate with the big boys. And that's okay. That's allowed. Again, we want to thank all of you, as usual, for joining us.
Starting the tournament. Oh my God, yeah, go. Central Florida scratch up to our bowling. We're probably going to be starting the tournament at 10 or 15 today. We have a bunch of extra check-ins in the last second.
Again, this will be quite a tough pattern with 8 games. Now, last night, interestingly enough, after 4 games, they seemed to tone down a little. Stouffer had his best game in Game 4. Mark Pulaski went 670 his last 3 after a 160 start. So it looks like the early games 1 and 2, very radical, a lot of transition, and he seemed to tone down a little. The question is, where do they go in games 7 and 8? Well, you know, when you're crossing the house for 8 games, no practice balls for 7, and it depends on who you're following. Obviously, you get on a pair in game 7 and 8 where you're following some heavy hitters with high rev rates, you could have a problem. We don't know that, but we'll know what the big hitters do to the heads. More oil in these heads than I've ever seen. 12 feet, gutter to gutter, 27 units. There is a puddle out there. You can write your name in like it's finger paint. I kid you not. You can actually sign your name in the oil, and it's deep, it's thick. It's got some height to it. Very interesting there to watch. I'll find out. Jimmy Argy on. Hello, Jimmy Argy. Can't wait, brother. 2 weeks from tomorrow, the bus leaves. Yes, it does. I can see Martha's Vineyard. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. I will let you know. I think we are on the fresh and the step ladder. Bear with me. I want to find out that answer right now. So let me go check with Corey right here. Corey, are we on the fresh and the step ladder?
Yes.
Fresh and the step ladder. What pair? 1920?
Camera angle for TV style to the left.
Yes, we will be on the fresh on 17 and 18 for the step ladder, so it will look like this right here. And that'll be it. They'll be right there, the left pair, 17 and 18. A great look for the championship match on the fresh. I can't wait to see Martha's Vineyard. Trying to figure out when that bus gets on that barge. That's going to be a little scary, you know. If you're living in an RV, it's 37,000 pounds. Your car's behind it. You're in it with your cats, and you're on a barge. Now we all know, every once in a while a barge sinks. I don't even want to think about it, but I'm going to be on that barge probably the end of May, going over to the vineyard, and I've never been on a barge with any of my equipment before. I did take the ferry from New Haven to Port Jefferson, New York for the 70 or 71 Newsday. I remember going across Long Island Sound as a kid, to bowl the Newsday finals on the weekends. And one weekend I took the ferry across. You rolled your car on it, and it got off at Port Jefferson, Long Island. That was exciting. That was about 50 years ago. It's the only time I've ever been on a boat big enough to roll a car on. In this case, this thing's a monstrous barge, and there's trucks going across, 18-wheelers, I guess, from what Jimmy Argy's telling me. So that's going to be an interesting trip. I will have the live stream out that day. My trip across to Martha's Vineyard in my bus. Should be an exciting moment in my life. I've traveled the country, but I've never done that, believe me. And for some of you that saw my pictures, yesterday was the 25th anniversary of my PBA Hall of Fame induction, so I posted some pictures last night and this morning of me and Mike Albee and David Houston. What a memory to be inducted in that Hall of Fame in the meritorious service category with the likes of Eddie Elias and Chris Schenkel and Harry Golden and Chuck Pisano and Frank Esposito, the men that founded the PBA and built the PBA. And interestingly enough, to this day, I'm the only PBA champion in the PBA Hall of Fame in the meritorious service category. Only one champion got in meritorious. That was me 25 years ago, and now Gary Mage is going to be inducted, and he will be the second PBA champion in 46 years to get in the meritorious service category. It's very rare that a champion gets in. They usually get in performance. Of course, Gary and I only had one title, so that ain't going to get us in performance, but he was an unbelievable tournament director who ran PBA regionals from Seattle to San Diego for 35 years. Now, you got to understand, that's a lot of going up and down I-5 at all times of the year. And Gary retired recently, and he's being voted in, and I'll be honored to be there that evening to watch my friend receive this great award. And it is life-changing, believe me, when you realize that you didn't really do this for an award, but you get it. You know, I didn't bowl for awards. I didn't work for awards. I worked and bowled to feed my family, no different than anybody else watching today. We all work, we feed our families. But this award is so special that yesterday was 25 years for me. I was thinking about it all day, the preparation for that night's banquet at the O'Hare Westin on the way to O'Hare International at Chicago. There's about 400 people at the banquet that night. The CEO of Brunswick was there, Jack Reichert. A funny story about Reichert was he was in the front row. So as you're up there on the podium, I'm looking down, and about 20 feet away, there's Reichert. And he started with Brunswick in 1938. He was a pin boy, and he worked his way up to be the CEO of Brunswick, starting as a pin boy before World War II. So what a story he had. He was already in the PBA Hall of Fame in meritorious service. So when I got up to speak, naturally I don't shut up. And naturally it's a long acceptance speech. And naturally I find out that he has to go to the bathroom. And as I'm talking and talking and talking, he's starting to fold his legs and he's squirming in his seat. And evidently he's got to go to the men's room, but he doesn't want to get up while I'm talking. And he's praying that my speech will end, and I'm rambling away, talking about my life, and it never ends, and I'm not even coming up for air. All I'm doing is talking, and he is having a hard time. And I guess Salvino's sitting close to him, and he's looking at Salvino, and Salvino's looking at him, and Salvino's laughing, because Salvino knows he's got to go to the bathroom. But Mr. Reichert, the classy man that he was, finally waited, and when my speech got over, and I walked off that podium, he jumped up like a jack-in-the-box, went to the men's room, came back very relieved, I might add. Well, the years went by, and I had set the record for the longest acceptance speech until, believe it or not, Del Ballard, they timed him, and he had more than me. So I want to thank Del Ballard for getting me off the hook, as now I have the second longest acceptance speech, thank God. But poor Mr. Reichert that night, Multiple 18-wheelers, Jim is saying. I'm reading now about the ferry. 18-wheelers go across at all times. Wow. I can't wait to do that. I'm going to take a lot of pictures. That's about the end of May that's going to happen for me. I figure around the 25th or so. My granddaughter graduates Roger Williams University on May 21st, so I have to stay in Connecticut till at least then, and I'm going to drive over to Rhode Island and watch her graduate, then go back and then head up to the vineyard. I don't know what I'm going to do over there. I've never been on an island, but it's going to be exciting. Robert Eddy's given me his blessing to take the summer, so I'm going to. And I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. And here we go. We're starting to fill up now. Again, we're waiting for a few people that are in an accident, not themselves, but in traffic. We're trying to give them a chance to get here. Imagine driving all that way and you're 5 miles from an exit, you can't get off the highway. So we're waiting for the highway to clear and the remaining entries to get here. Bill Plunkett on. Hello, Bill. Welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us today. Renee Waddell, Ryan bowled very well last night, bowled very well last weekend. Ryan making some progress. I like seeing that. We'll have the camera on Ryan today, of course. Young man, wonderful young man. Very good competitor, learning how to be a tournament player. That's what you got to do. Got to get the knowledge. Learn how to bowl against the best. Leagues are one thing, obviously. Tournaments are another. Yo. Practice will be at 12:15. We're still waiting for the people. Russ Hausman let me know. Russ Hausman, a heck of a bowler in his day. That gentleman right there won 3 PBA regionals in a row 30 years ago as a young man and led one squad of the PBA National Championship in Toledo. That's Corey's dad. Father and son running scratch tournaments here, and I think that's wonderful. Very nice to see. Again, a strong field today. There are some horses. You got a USBC Hall of Famer, Eagle winner in John Rikoski, the True Amateur Challenge champion twice, or John Janowitz, True Amateur Challenge champion twice, John Rikoski, Billy Seymour, Lee Ratchin, David Stouffer, all tough. Trevor Roberts, going to be a strong field. No Evan Baranecki today, I'm surprised. Evan not bowling, but might have prior engagements. There's Stouffer, who came alive last night in Game 4. We'll see if he learned something. His first 3 was horrible, shot 540. Well, James Franklin, that's okay. I want to thank you so much, James, for what you've done for this association and the world of bowling. Thank you for your generosity and support. We've never met, but I've heard a lot about you, and obviously you're a great bowling fan and has spent a lot of money promoting events in Florida. So, True Grit, we're with you. I like the name, True Grit. Reminds me of the Duke. Anyways, thank you so much for putting up your money to support the sport of bowling. It's an honor and privilege for me to say that to you personally. You're a good man. Thank you so much. Yo, Hoss.
Something you might want to hear.
What's that?
Robert is taking all lineage for today and throwing it into the prize fund, no charge.
Robert Eddy is putting the lineage today into the prize fund. So this is a 100% payback with entry fee, plus the added money from James William Franklin. So now we have a very interesting situation here. 100% payback plus added money. Again, that's Robert Eddy, Mr. Franklin. Look what we have here, folks. 2 gentlemen that are saying, you know what? We want bowling to work. And boy, what an example Robert is setting. And James Franklin, thank you so much for your generosity. Robert Eddy, eating the lineage. Figure 60 bowlers, 8 games a bowler, 480 games, plus the step ladder, 8 games. He's giving 500 games of lineage back to this tournament. You figure at $3 a game is $1,500. The bowling center would have collected today. He's putting that up direct into the prize fund. $1,850 total added. Sponsors in house, $1,850 added. Fantastic. Yes, the Rambling Man, Ron Lushart. The Rambling Man is going to be able to escape. Hey, how are you? What's up? Is your boy bowling? Yes? Yeah, it changed. I found one in the closet I haven't worn out. Yeah, I'm live right now. I'm talking to Steve Beloff. He's my technical advisor.
Love these live stream broadcasts.
My pleasure. Yes, $3,350 total added then. An amazing amount of money, James, considering that the entry fee now is a 100% payback plus added money. It's going to make a nice prize fund today. So, again, between James William Franklin and Robert Eddy, this event is going to be worth the bowler's time. Take my word for it. Worth their time to show up. And we're still waiting, so remember, we're trying to give some entries a chance to get here. And we got on the air late anyway, so we sort of dodged a bullet. So, again, a quiet day in here, if you'll notice. Not a lot of people, but once they get out there, the competition will be intense. This is a very talented field, and there's some sleepers in the field, believe me. As tough as they are, there might be a few that surprise us. We'll find out. Ron Lushart, Lee Ratchen's looking good, Ron Lushart. Ron Lushart now picking people and making him the kiss instead of me. Thank you, Ron. Thank you for saving me, Ron Lushart. And going to be interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, it's really wonderful to have a summer off. I can't believe it. I probably went, I would say from May of 2019 to now. Well, you figure the Audi League and the Oaks Farms Premier League is 108 streams alone. And then our weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, Friday night sweepers, could be 170, 180 streams. Never really took a vacation. The only off time I had was COVID. So I'm in shock. I can't believe 2 weeks from tomorrow I can actually get my RV and escape. And I need it. Anyways, I'll get a list of the field shortly. A little shorter than what we thought. We were figuring 80. It looks like it's going to be about 60. But boy, with all this added money, tough to pass this up. Big bucks, big added money for 50 to 60 bowlers. First place is going to be a good chunk, probably 1,500 plus brackets, Nassau's. Somebody could leave here today with 2,000. That's a nice day. So we'll see what happens. Step ladder again on 17 and 18. This will be the view of that. Bukowski already getting ready. He figures he's going to be there. There he is with the giraffe, Mark Jr. We call Mark Jr. the giraffe. I have other words, but they're not repeatable. Oh, there's Chris Polizzi bowling today. He's tough. Now, he got to the title match against Stolfer last month, so he's a factor. I didn't realize he's bowling. That's the gentleman right there with the shorter hair and the beard. He bowled Dave Stolfer for the title in the Eddie Foods Open last month with $5,000 for first place. So that's interesting there. That's another horse. There's Adam Bailoff and Chase Stouffer bowling today. They'll be in the youth division, or as Joe Pesci would say, the Utes division. They'll be part of the Utes. It's always nice when a tournament host and promoter and tournament director says, you know what, we're going to delay because we don't want to shut people out that are trying to get here. And I always felt the PBA would not do that, believe it or not. On the national tour, because there was 4 squads in one day, they would not hold it up. And if you missed roll call at a quarter of, if the squad was starting at 9, roll call was at 8:30. If you did not answer roll call, you got a late roll call fee assessed at $50. So they made you show up on time, and if you were late because of traffic or a flat tire, but got there before 9 o'clock, you paid $50. But if you got there at 9, the tournament started. I saw many tournaments where guys would get there in the 3rd or 4th frame of game 1 and actually bowl 18 games getting zeros in their first 4 or 5 frames. They never started late unless there was a mechanical breakdown of some sort. And there's Mary Berner. Mary Berner showing up today. Going to be interesting to see who leads this thing. Obviously it's real easy to pick a Rakoski or a Janowitz or a Stouffer or Lee Rathjen. But looking around, some of the young kids, Trevor Roberts is a fantastic young bowler, and Chris Polizzi bowled very well here in the Eddie's Foods Open. Got to Stouffer in that title match. He could definitely be a factor. Mark Pulaski Jr., you never know with him. He could get out of box 780 and coast the last 5 and lead this thing. I mean, he can strike when he gets it going. So, we'll see. Yeah, Robert's a unique man, Obviously, bowling is not his livelihood, or this bowling center is not his livelihood. He's an entrepreneur. The company that he works for, Oaks Farms, delivers products to 2,000 Publix supermarkets, and Robert owns Seat to Table with Alfie Oaks. Seat to Table is probably the most premier supermarket in the world. It's a double-decker with a mezzanine up top, live music at all times, a bar, and you can have parties up top, banquets up top. You could dine up top and look down at the people eating, and the parking lot's always full. It's in Naples, which is a very wealthy town, if you will. And the people in Naples like nice things that are unique and different, and this is unique and different. And Robert is 50% owner of Seat to Table, so he's been able to do things in this bowling center that a lot of proprietors can't do. In other words, he can add money, he can take away lineage, he can constantly remodel, and that's, that's his way of enjoying his wealth. He likes to build his bowling center. Rumor has it there might be another one built in a few years, but what he's done here is from another planet. That's all I could tell you. This place is nice looking, and for those of you that have been with me a few years, it was a dump when he bought it. I mean, every light bulb is LED, new floors, seating, scoring. Pool tables now in the front game room. All the old garbage pool tables are thrown out. And electric games are gone. Cubica scoring across the house. Keypads on all the lanes for scoring. And touch-tone screen, Cubica. Bathrooms are going to be done before next fall, and a wall over here, right on lane 43. There's a wall going in from the pin setters all the way back, and 43 and up are going to have a floor over them. It's going to be a pool room, cornhole, darts, and a restaurant. So this is going to be a 42-lane house, a walkway on lane 43. The wall's going to be right around lane 44. So this will be a 42-laner. So when you look down there, there'll be a big wall. The last 6 will be gone. They're starting on that as soon as leagues end. And again, never forget Ronnie Martin. Ronnie Martin, because he's not what I would call a household name, has won the Proprietors' Championship twice, bowled great last weekend, and is the only bowler that has made the last 3 finals, January, February, and March, of this scratch event. No bowler in this field has made all 3 finals but him. So today he's going for his 4th finals in a row of our monthly scratch event. Stouffer 2 out of 3, he missed 1. So Ronnie Martin, the only bowler in the field with 3 straight scratch event finals. Another interesting little tidbit about today's bowling. And Ronnie Martin right down there with Rakowski and Seymour. Ronnie is great bowling mind, can really dial in, get unbelievably focused, and he has the ability to have this very unflappable mental game, and it's going to take that today on this pattern, believe me.
Attention, 4 scratch bowlers for a bowler. Can you bring my volume up, sir? Is there anyone bring my volume up to 20? No. Attention, 4 scratch bowlers for bowlers. I want to thank everybody, each and every one of you guys, for coming out today. Our first inaugural event down here in the south here. Thank you guys so much for helping us out, supporting us today. I want to give a big shout out to the owner of the bowl, Robert Eddy, and James Franklin from True Grit Coatings, who together have put a grand total of $1,850 into today's prize fund. We were advertising at $1,500 between the 2 sponsors, but we've actually ended up getting some more, so thank you to both of those guys. We do greatly appreciate it. Today's format is going to be 8 games of qualifying, followed by a top 5 step ladder, which will be
That's Corey right there, right in the right part of your screen on the microphone. He is the founder of this event,
That's going to be open to the end of practice.
Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour. This is the farthest south they've been. Last month they were up north of Jacksonville in Yulee, about 400 miles north of here last month. That's a lot of driving.
We've got brackets, eliminator, high game, all sorts of good stuff.
So we've got a great prize fund. Practice will start shortly, and we will be ready to rock and roll here at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes.
One pair to the right. My apologies. We're going to skip one pair to the right. When we do hand out money, like as soon as someone wins high game for game 1, we go out and pay it out right away, different things like that. We are asking our bowlers when we come around, we're going to have a piece of paper to initial that you
Just got a nice
everybody gets paid their money.
text from David Euston about our 25th anniversary yesterday, getting inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame, and what a night that was for us. Just got a very nice comment from Dave about the picture, and how young we were in that picture. Boy, 25 years ago yesterday.
If I can real quick, I've got, I believe, 3 champions.
Went by a little too quick.
If I get my 3 champions to step out on the lanes for me, then we can introduce our champions to you guys. Starting way down there on the right end, our Newts, Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour champion from Cape Coral, Florida. The only accomplishment it seems that he has is makes it to the foul line without tripping. At his request, who said that? Ladies and gentlemen, from Cape Coral, Florida, Mark Pulaski Jr.
There's Mark Pulaski getting a nice introduction.
Down on lanes 29 and 30 from Crystal River, Florida.
Crystal River. Trevor Roberts. Beautiful up there in Crystal River.
Titles, 22nd, the Tournament of Champions this year. 3-time Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour champion, Trevor Roberts.
3 times he's won this event. He's a young horse, folks.
And wherever he's at over here, I can't see him. He is our first ever Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour Masters champion. He won the Eddie's Food 5,000 Scratch tournament a couple of weeks ago, and he is a proprietor, 7-time champion, and the only person to ever win that back-to-back. From Fort Myers, Florida, David Stover. And as always, here at the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour, we will, right before we get into practice, do a national anthem. So if everyone can look at 25 and 26 on the top, remove your caps. Thank you.
All right. Practice time here at Lightning, folks. Whoop. Star Spangled Banner. All right.
All right, boys, thank you very much. We're going to turn your lanes on for 10 minutes of practice. Just a quick reminder for those of you that are in the strike pot to help us keep track of the strikes being shot in each game. If you're in the strike pot and you get through game 1, take a picture of the screen, let us know what letter you are. If you continue to go on, get through 2 games, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. Take pictures of them, please. Helps us keep track and get the paid quicker. Thank you.
It looks like we're going to be using lanes 9 and 10. Let's see here. 11 and 12, which is good. We should be getting everybody on camera today. Let's see. Yes, we can get every participant on camera today, which I love. We've got 11 and 12 all the way to 41 and 2, so we're not going to miss anybody. That's good. That I like. Keep in mind, this is the ISC men's singles pattern from 2019. There is a puddle from 7 and out, folks. And if you swing it and go 9 to 6 or 9 to 5, you're liable to get a 3 count. You can go up the gutter, slow with a lot of surface at the pocket. You can yank 5, 6, but I don't recommend it. Of course, that's based on last night. I think the shot is definitely in between the 3rd and 4th arrow, maybe 13, 14 early, and then getting into 15, 16, 17, 18 late. At least that's the way it looks right now. Of course, things change, we know that. All righty. A lot of colorful shirts out there, huh? Look at those colors. Orange and reds and blues. Have some ladies bowling today. Jay Butler's bowling. Look where Roberts. You know, when you watch Roberts, who's really the most prolific champion of this event, he's won 3 of them, the young man right there, and he is, I didn't realize he had won 3. These are pretty strong fields, month after month. 2 and 3 of these, that's a young horse right there, boy. Let's see where Fiore's playing now, the young two-hander right here on 29. See, he went up 5 from out. I don't know if he just pured it and he has a half a board to hit, but these lanes did not look like that last night. And Roberts is in the same place. It looks like they're lining up off of one another. We saw no one out there last night. Yeah, saw no one there either. That went in a drink at 30 feet. It's not like where Fiore's playing here now. Young boy, 16 years old, two-hander. See, that's where I like it, right in there between the 3rd and 4th arrow. I think they're much easier to line up in there. It seemed to be a little truer than that outside shot, which that ball starts wobbling on you. Good luck. But that was yesterday, and we all know that yesterday is not today. Look where Roberts is. Wow, that almost got back off of 1-2. That was about 3 maybe. Interesting. Maybe they are a little different. Again, it's going to be a long day. 8 games, 4 bowlers a lane. So you got to figure of 40 minutes, 320. It's going to be about 8-hour day of live streaming. But somebody's going to walk out of here with some good money. See what Ronnie Martin's doing here now. He's he looks lined up. Let's watch Stouffer now. Get a good idea. Looks like he's about 12, 13 right in there. Let's see. 14, 15 and lined up. See, straight through the front. That looks good. I like the third arrow here. I just think that's where you've got to be on this pattern, but very early. Missing some big guns today. No Robert Hilton today. Kind of thought we'd see him. Evan Baranecki's not here. Allshire's not here. I'll find out the entries for you shortly, Joe. There's the young man that won the PBA non-champions event. They're on 26. I can't pronounce his name, but I'll get it. He won the PBA non-champions event here, beating Evan Baranecki. And that's him bowling right there on 25, and he is fantastic. I forget the country, but I'll find out. But that's him. Big, strong boy. Watch his game. Trains a lot at Kegel. Oh, beautiful stroke. How's that? Yes, he won here his last time, so he's 1-0 here in the win department. That was the tournament held on March 6th and 7th, where he got to the finals, and on the other side was John Huff and Ralph Brunt Jr. Huff beating Brunt, and this gentleman right here, Sejersis, I just can't pronounce his name, beat Evan in a close match. Tough name to pronounce. Too many G's, Z's, U's, and W's. Well, his ball does his talking. Watch this beautiful game. Beautiful stroke. How's that, folks? That's pure. Ball right by his left ankle. Great leverage. Tall boy, about 6'2", 6'3". It's fun to watch these gifted young players Like Janasic throws the ball real good on 25. Like to see him do well today. And again, we want to thank all of you for joining us here at Lightning. And we've got a pretty good group now. I think we're up over 60, as you can see.
When your practice is over, get your start ball buttons, get your scoring bands. Good luck and goodbye.
And we're ready to roll again. Another scratch event here at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl. Billy Seymour with the electronic messenger, and it looks like third arrow again. It looks like they're right on it. And the question is, how long will they hold up? Obviously, a lot of oil in the heads here. 27 units, 12 feet. And Ratchin right where he was last night. Same ball, same angle. So it looks like it's going to be the third arrow today, at least in my opinion. That's the place to start off. Stuff are real tight. Look where he's standing playing a third arrow. I mean, obviously, look at that, right on it. Real tight through the front, and that's how you got to play him. Get your right shoulder literally on the third arrow. And use it as a guide. You do not swing the heads on this at all. Ronnie Martin standing looks about 30, 27, 28. Let's see, should be right on the third arrow also. No, a little deeper. But again, oh my God, look at that. How do you leave a 6-7 on a light hit? What was that? Did you see that? Steve Reset on. I'll have the number for you, Joe Lassick. Once they get everything tabulated, I'll know about the size of the field. There's Polizzi, who was second here last month, so he likes the house. He's back. Now let's watch this young man on lane 26 who became a PBA regional champion here in March. I'm sure got to be the highlight of his bowling career. PBA regional champion in the southern region, beating our own Evan Baranecki, who worked here at the time. And he's around 18. And beautiful in there. Look, it looks like it's 15 to 18. Ryan Waddell starting off with a double, did he? Yes, he did. Ryan bowling well. Renee watching. Renee getting ready to do the dance in the living room. Looks like Fiore's going 3 steps early. Check this out. Watch the young boy. Yep, 3 steps early. And beautiful stroke for Fiore. Got a lot of money in his smart fund. I mean, a ton. He's got a ton of money that he's won in tournaments. Nice to see that. Building up a bankroll for his education is a wonderful thing. Through the world of bowling. Here's Janowitz early with a double and big tonk. And again, that's equipment there in hand position. If that ball's hitting the nose for Janowitz, that's a rotation issue, a surface issue, I would believe. And he's fiddling right now, obviously, trying to get everything right. But he's deadly. Once he gets that rotation right. Whoa, look at that, almost off the wall. That was close. Carrie Lynn on. Welcome aboard, Carrie Lynn. Oops. Scott, you can't be out there. Scott, you got to get your feet left. You got to get inside the track. This is like the old days. Swing the ball to the track. Got to stay away from swinging the second arrow here. It is a nightmare. It will not work. You can yank it like that if you want, but that ain't going to work either, as you can see. I don't like it outside at all. To me, it's 14 to 18, depending on your rev rate, your equipment choice. So Justin McDonald now, a lot of hand here. Third arrow. Oh boy, that ball never recovered, so he's got a problem now early. Billy Seymour, who started with a messenger, look, 7-7. Not good there. Don't want a third 7 here. Trip to 4. I'll take no rush. I'll take a little coffee, but don't rush. Whenever you get close.
That's it right now?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Brandon Rucker won the Florida State Boys Championship for high school boys earlier this year. A great performance for the young man. Now bowling adult events. His dad, Chuck Rucker, a longtime pro shop operator here in Southwest Florida. Brandon, a quality player. Whoa, that almost stood. And again, you can see there's a lot of splits out there. Look, 1, 2, 3 splits over a 5-lane run right there. So scores look tough again this morning. A lot of transition with that big puddle up front. Gutter to gutter, 12 feet out, 27 units. And there's more oil out there than there was on the Exxon Valdez. I mean, it's crazy the amount of oil in the front here. Now, the great Janowitz holding his own right now, 71 in the fourth. Obviously, with John, it's all about the hand position, speed control, and he's working on it. You can bet he's fiddling out there, changing rotation, trying to get the rotation right. He's a genius at doing that. Pulaski Jr. off to a slow start there. So again, game one looking tough, but there is 4 in a row right here on 33 and 4. Young Ryan Waddell. His mom watches every time he bowls. He's got family watching him from Cincinnati. How about that break? The 5-pin left for a 5-bagger. We should all have that in our lives at least once. As Nelson Burton would call it, the reverse blown 5. Right-handed, thumbless, and the 5 goes to the right for a 5-bagger. It's called the dream strike. Thank you, Eric, for the kind words out of Florence, South Carolina. I always liked that name, Florence, South Carolina. Wonderful. Great state. How about the bowlers that have come out of South Carolina in the last 10 years? Some unbelievable talent. My God. Watch this young man, Roberts, with 3 wins on this tour already in its young history. 2 years old. It's already got 3 wins. A beautiful game. Oh, is that beautiful. got a break there, and again, the 7-10 with that long oil. You could see a lot of those today. Ball falling back, breaking late, and deflecting. Steep entry angle. See a lot of 7-10s on this shot, that's for sure. Fiore in a lot of trouble right now. Roberts in trouble. Two youngsters just having a hard time in game one here. And that's what this shot is. It is brutal. Now, these two kids can strike. I mean, they are fantastic tournament players, but the equalizer is this demanding pattern. Let's go to 21-2 and watch this string right here. And see who's up next with strike spare four-bagger. 220 on this is like 260, believe me. I mean, you can just see all the opens. A clean game on this, you ought to get a USBC award. Maybe get one of those really expensive patches that they give out. Oh, there's some powerhouses out of South Carolina named Jones and Troop. We'll start there. Yo.
That's what our payouts are in the high game and the eliminator.
Okay, eliminators, 120, 50 for second, 30 for third, high game pots, 45 and 18. And that is Lee Ratchin, who again bowled great last night. Remember now, he was the only bowler to put any kind of pressure on Rakoski, and he's in the same place with that 2.0. And there it is. He was bowling great until he got the Litchi commentary. Poor man. Why do they do that to him? But look at these 7s and 8s and 6s. Obviously, you said it's short. Look at the splits. They're not spare misses. All 7s and O's, 6 and 2s. Boy, are they tricky. So as you can see, folks, it is going to be a dogfight, and the scores in game one are not good. Last night, Lee Ratchin bowled 278 in game one. But if you look now, there is not a lot going on. Mitchell Moskowitz is here. Coach Mitch is here.
Hey, it's a good show last night.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Hey, I got my dad here.
Huh?
My dad's here.
Where's your dad?
Standing right there.
Is that's Erwin?
Yes.
Wow, check him out.
He's doing good.
He's still here.
You want to sit down? No, I'm standing. You don't sit down. It's a nice lane condition out there today. I like it.
Yeah, its shop is definitely right now extremely tough. It's all about your lay down and your tilt speed. At least it looks that way to me, and obviously your ball speed. But it's third arrow and extremely touchy. Accuracy is not enough. If you have the wrong ball speed or the wrong tilt speed, hitting your target is not enough. And that's why we love these shots. All of us that really understand what it takes. It is true bowling in its finest. Crossing a pair without practice ball. Spare shooting is obviously paramount on this stuff. Cannot flag one pinners on this. Triples are virtually impossible. Got to stay clean, catch a double, and you'll pick up a ton of wood on the field. He's fourth arrow already. Wow. And a triple. She loves the house. Keep in mind, this young man won here in March, and right off the bat has a chance for 250 out of the chute. Oh, wonderful to bowl 250 when the whole field's bowling 190s. We will be using tournamentbowl.com today, folks, so we'll have that up for you. After game one, we'll get everything in and get that up and running. Again, as you can see, very, very low scores. There's one bowler right here. That's 225, 215, low scores, and if they stay like this, folks, figure 8 games, I don't see a heck of a lot making it. But then they do seem to get a little easier about game 4. Last night, game 4 was pretty good for the field. Obviously, on the fresh stuff right here, it's definitely a test. Check Rakowski out on 19 and 20, get a little close up and see his scores. And Rakowski in trouble. Now last night his low game was 230. He went 235, 236, 237, 230. And all of a sudden today, after practice balls on the same pattern, 184. So obviously, that's not something I expected. But if you look at his game, all 9 drops. Look at that game. 1, 7, and 2 in all 9. So it looks like he's close. Can't strike. 1 bad shot. No doubles. 184 with an open. Oh, that's not fair for Waddell right there. Now, right here, Christianis Serjavis and the guy to the right and left of him are both 250, 230, and they are by far the high games bowled on a squad, both on the same pair, incidentally. They might have got the luck of the draw there. We'll find out. That's as pure as it gets, folks. And he did that in that seat, in that non-champions event in March. He was locked in all day. Oh, that's a great reaction there with that idle. So he's 222. Javis right here, 257, and there is no one close. No one. He's been in the pocket every ball. He's got a great shot in there, about 24 to 19, right in there, deep inside. Really not arcing the heads as much as we see in today's game when they're laying it down on 24. That ball's out about 6, 7, 8, especially the two-handers, and he's literally falling it back. I mean, not a lot of head belly in the true sense. It's a great game out of the chute. And that young man is very impressive right now. Now Lee Ratchin, who last night got out of the box with 278. And look at that game there, a 4 and a 5 and a 6. Check that out. 6 and 2, 4, 5. 235 on that pair. And Stouffer, who struggled last night early, struggling again today. Not much there. So looks like 235 is in second. The amount of action that's been going on in the last month here. The Eddie Foods opened a month ago. Then the Proprietors last weekend at Treasure Lanes. This scratch event here this weekend. It's been 3 scratch events in 5 weekends. I mean, big money to be won. We are so fortunate here that we have this happening for these scratch players, especially in the Southwest Florida Bowling Association. That's what got you eligible for the Proprietors last week. You have to have bowled 20 Southwest Florida Bowling Association League to be eligible for that event. No outsiders. In other words, if they were from Sarasota, they weren't eligible, or the East Coast. But to have this kind of action 3 times in 5 or 6 weekends, what a bonus. Look at Fiore's game. Oh my God, the young boy, he's smiling. But look at that. He's got 3 splits and 1, 2, 3 spare misses. He's got 6 opens for $120 out of the chute. That's enough to drive you nuts driving 280 miles this morning from Inverness. All excited to bowl, and 120 in game 1. There is nothing worse than that. Oh yes, Ronnie Martin III's here. And you gotta have compassion. It's a shocking development. You just don't dream you could bowl that bad when you're that good, but this shot here will humble you. Thank you so much, Beth.
Brought you.
Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
If you want any food, Stephen Bale has offered to buy you food.
Oh, really?
He did. So,
Oh,
so
I'll
you
be-
offer pizza later, maybe.
Oh. Watching Fiore's game, one of the highlights of my bowling career was the 2009 USBC at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm bowling with Janowitz, Couture, 2 other fellas. I've been practicing for 3 months, and I found out right before I got there, about a week earlier, that I had cancer. So I'm shook up, I'm not sleeping, I'm mad, I think I'm dying. You know, things go through your mind. I just turned 60. The day after I turned 60, I find out I have cancer. So I fly out there. Little do I know, I had never checked on the plane or before the plane what time we're bowling. Well, we're bowling a team event at 11 at night, which is 2 o'clock in the morning in Florida. I get out there, I can't see. I mean, my body is gone, my brain is gone. And I bowled what Ethan Fiore just bowled, 123. And the next game I shot 176. I had a 299 for 2. And I wanted to get on that plane. The third game was 154, and I asked myself, what the hell am I doing here? It was horrific. The worst 3 games I had ever bowled in my life, my lowest sanctioned game I had ever bowled in my life, all in the same night, 3,000 miles from home at 2 o'clock Eastern time. I had to have my head examined to bowl that late. And 60 years old, and definitely questioning my judgment and my sanity. I just saw his score. I said, there it is. I had one of those with Janowitz as my witness, and he's here today. I should bring him in the booth to verify it. Ooh, we got a little ball return stuck there. Chris P out. He's the best. What a mechanic. What a job he has done on our pin setters. I mean, you might see a pin setter inoperative once a month. It's crazy. It just never happens. Never. 60-year-old pin setters. Big Rob Thoron, Cooper Gates. Got a good group on this morning. Again, we want to thank all of you. It's going to be a long day. 8 games of qualifying. We cut to the top 5.
You're done with game 1. Whenever you're in game, please fill out your scores on the little white tournamentgoal.com score card that's located on the marble tabletops here, and we will come around and get your scores. You don't have to bring it to us. We will come to you. Make sure you fill out your scores, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back, folks. We just had to get our scoring up, so bear with me. Standings will be up shortly. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to get our tournamentbowl.com in. And we'll put put the score. We'll show you our scoring shortly when everything's up. Every once in a while, we run into a little something unexpected. But we're in good shape here. Well, Sir Javis has got the lead, obviously, at 246. And interestingly enough, these scores right now are the lowest scores that we could possibly imagine. If this continues, 1700 might be a leader. 1700 might get you in the number 1 seed for 8 games. They just look brutal. And all it takes is, you got 2 240s and 2 260s in there, you're even. So, or 160s, excuse me, you're even. So it's obvious that they're tough, but yesterday they seemed to get a little easier in game 4. They seem to tone down a little. And some of these guys, when they get a look, they'll strike at will. Look at Daniel throwing that ball like that. Just missed it by a foot. And Rakoski, who last night had a low game of 230, goes 184, and this game opened in the first, so he's struggling. So we know now they are very, very touchy. Okay, here we go. There it is. Check that out. 7th place, 200. There's your top 5. So 209 right now in 5th after practice balls. Kevin Fisher, 221. Tommy Ray, 232. Martin Ralderis. Marty Rev's bowling well today at 235 here with his wife and beautiful daughter. Gail Gacera, 201. Randy Thomas, 200. And that's it. 7 bowlers over 200 in game 1. Obviously, it's going to be a bad day for a lot of people. Look at Janasik's brackets. Big time bracket action there, folks. We'll be checking that out. And look at Stouffer, 2 opens. So we know now, as good as he's been bowling, he's in trouble. He cannot strike on this. He had 1 good game last night, 543 the first 3. And today looks like 2 games under 200, so 5 out of 6 under 200 in a house that he averages 248 in on Tuesdays. So obviously, this shot is humbling the field. The good thing about it is a couple 240s, you could go by 50 people in a heartbeat. That's the good thing. So Javis started with an open, so he's in trouble already, shooting 180 after 4 frames. Well, this is the one shot here, Cooper, that we don't see a lot. We don't ever see this here. This is brutal, and now there is no advantage for our house players. Stouffer has no advantage on this, nor does anybody in this field. This is the equalizer right here. This is where all your experience and all your ability does not come into a factor on this pattern, because it's humbling Rakoski right now. He shoots 938 last night, and today he's out of the box 360. So it looks like, as great as these guys are, this is the equalizer. And it's going to be real interesting by the end of the day to see what goes on here. They are virtually impossible, at least early, I still think they'll get better by game 4 now. They did last night, so we're just going to have to wait and see. But boy, this here will wake you up. Pelizzi missing all of them. As good a bowler as he is, just missed all of them twice. 1-2-4, 1-2-4. Oh boy, great shot by Gabe Rower right there. Pretty good game there on lane 40. Somebody shooting 240. Janowitz now. This is a key shot for Janowitz right here. You get up into the 2-0s with this one. Room for 220. And that's Janowitz. He is a magician. Boy, is he a favorite. That might be the most liked bowler I've ever met in my life. I don't think there is a human being that could say a bad word about John Janowitz. I've never heard it. I've only known him 21 years. I'm still waiting. I don't think I ever will hear it. He just has this way about him that is so classy and so dignified that you just can't say anything bad. And he doesn't say anything bad. How about these scores on these pairs, folks? You got 190, and that's leading by 30. Unbelievable. Check that out. That's enough to make you really wonder. Oh, a late messenger there for Beloff. You never know. That little extra hit there put him out for 190 versus 170. It's like 190 is a good game on this. Whoa. Robert Eddy, the boss. Duncan, how are you? Welcome aboard, Duncan Katanic from Scotland. Thank you so much for finding us, Duncan. And Rakoski with his first double of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Took 17 frames to get a double, I believe. Yesterday he averaged 235. Same pattern. Wow. And Ronnie Martin struggling. Look at Martin, double back-to-back opens, 9. Stouffer in trouble. Doesn't know where his ball's going. Ratchin starts with a double. Now he's got double wood. He misses this. He's shooting 160. Wow. So in the words of Strother Martin in the movie Cool Hand Luke, what we have here, folks, is failure to communicate. Unbelievable. And Sajavis now, right now, obviously, bowling better than anyone in the house. 246, 2-0 with 1 open so far, so he's got a shot. There's no doubt about it. Well, that was a pretty good shot by Janasic. Look at that. I mean, just maybe a board right, and there's just no help. Oh, look at Waddell with a messenger. And Waddell for a triple. Ryan bowling well today. Renee. How about Ryan Waddell now? In the 220s, which on this is like 260. I'm going to come right back to Waddell. I want to watch Pulaski throw a shot. Looks like he's got a double or a triple up, so he might have a little something going right here. No, that's not Pulaski. That's Trevor Roberts, excuse me. That is Roberts. Looks like he's coming alive a little. Again, this young man is a player, and we all know it. He's really great composure, beautiful game. Great knees. Watch the knees at the foul line. Right there, look at that. Beautiful. Oh, is that pure or what? Is that a 4-bagger? And Roberts catching 4. Young man putting a little move there. I'll go back to Ryan Waddell. So Javis can get into the 2 teens here and be about 460 going into the 9th and 10th. Could get to 480. Got a break there. Broke down the 2-4-8-10. And look at Waddell squaring it up and going right at him. That's interesting. Young boy rolling it right up, not swinging the heads. Great shot. Renee loving it. Javis bowling great. One open so far in 18 frames, and that's really where you got to be. You've got to try and stay clean, make your spares, catch a double. 2-0 here is a big game on this pattern. Stay out of trouble. That's what you can't do, Brandon Rucker. You cannot do that. And that's inexperience. That young man, as good a bowler as he is, he can't be flagging 4 pins. Just cannot do that on this shot, because now you've wasted a triple. Yes, house floor, Renee. Renee has structural damage at her house, Cooper. Got to be about a 7.0 in that living room. Watch Sir Javis just looks just like he did in March when he won here. Precision, beautiful footwork, great touch at the bottom of his swing. Oh, is that beautiful. And he got a break there, and he'll take it. Sometimes if you're going to yank it 5 instead of 2. Roberts. Oh boy, look at that. Just set it a little short. See it? Just didn't get it out over the line. Set it short. Waddell right there, and that's another strike for Waddell. He can go out for 260, and the ground is shaking in Port Charlotte. Code enforcement just went over to the Waddell house to see if there's been fractures in the plaster ceiling and walls. Nope. Interesting. Now, let's go back to the scores real quick and check out Ryan Waddell. Keep in mind, Waddell, what did he bowl in game 1? He's got a chance for 260 in game 2. What did he have in game 1? 161. So 167. So he's going to get plus, which is wonderful. Great prize fund today. $1,500 for first, $1,100 second, $800 third, $600 fourth, $400 fifth. There it goes, $250, $230, $220, $200, $180, $160, $54, $40 in prize money. So somebody's going to walk out here with a couple of grand with brackets, high game pots, and a win. Now Ryan, who shot 167 minus 27, 17, 7. He's +3 throwing this ball. If he can mark the 10th, he's plus. If he strikes, he's 13. Oh boy, all right. Make the spare now. Don't miss it. Don't give it back. Attaboy, that one was better. See, got over the line. That extra foot is a major difference. And the reason is the lay machine does not oil from the foul line out 1 foot, okay? So if you set it down 3 inches over the foul line, you've laid the ball down in the dirt. There's nothing there on these machines. It takes that transfer roller 12 inches out over the line to start applying the oil. The pattern really hits at about 18 inches. So if you lay it down 5-6 inches over the foul line, you're laying it down on sand, and that's not good. Attaboy. See there, those are good shots there. It's all right. Good game. It's over way in 180. So one thing's for certain. Game 2 looks tougher than game 1. Again, the house starting to fill up. All of a sudden, check it out. Got some people. And again, let's check those scores again after game 1 here, and there it is. Scores coming in for game 2. They're coming in quickly. Those don't count, so let me get away from that. The leaders will change as the scoring gets updated. Wow. See that ball? 35 feet, just hydroplaned right. Amazing. He was at the pocket, ball started revving, and hit that oil at 35 feet and faded. Unbelievable. I can't believe that didn't get Janowitz on that shot. I cannot believe that he got through that thing with the boulder jumping like he did on lane 13 and making noise. And Janowitz just now, if I was up there making that shot and I hit the beak for 4-6 and that guy did that dance, I wasn't that good.
I gotta borrow this.
Go take it.
Calculator made a mistake,
That's right.
so I gotta change the.
That's okay. Don Cornett. Don Cornett's on. Cooper, Renee, got our regulars. Eric Lounsbury's on today. Duncan out of Scotland. I can't believe, Duncan, that I'm going to be on a barge in the Atlantic in about a month. That's going to be interesting. The Atlantic Ocean? I will have a nice trip, John Mobile, I can assure you. Hello, Ashley Schwartz. Getting the old bus ready. I got a pretty cool bus that I live in. It's a 40-footer. It's 29 years old, but it's beautiful. It's a work of art. It's called the Country Coach Concept. It's a rare bus. And it weighs 37,000 pounds, and it gets 6 miles per gallon. How's that for economy, folks? Yes, you heard me right. 6. Well, it was either go up to New England and that or a motor scooter that got 50 miles a gallon. So I chose the bus. I'm a coward. Oh, I'm heading 2 weeks from tomorrow, Duncan. I'm going to stop at Kegel and for a day, and then head over to I-95 to Orlando on Monday, and then up to the north side of Jacksonville on day 1. And then Tuesday morning I'll put some miles on. Try to get south of D.C. Then I'm going to try to cross D.C. and Baltimore at 10 at night. I'm going to plan to get between Philadelphia and New York. I got to really watch how I'm going to do it up there. That traffic is from hell. So I got to be careful with that. I'm going to figure that out. Might go north at Philadelphia up to Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, and cut across over to I-84 at Port Jervis, New York. Thinking about that one. Let's check the standings out now. And Shajavis, check him out, plus 72. Martin Ralderis dropping to 200. Now, if you'll notice, Waddell, 167, 244 gets him to 5th. So as you can see, 240 game is a monster. And in game 2, if you look at the scores, Waddell had the high game of game 2 with 244. And if you look at that carefully and then ask yourself this question, the next high score is 226. 244 on this shot, you can go by 40 people in one game. Easier than bingo. Look at Rathjen last night. 908 for 4, now look. Or 910 for 4, now look. Bukowski last night was 70 over after 2, now look. Unbelievable. Tough scoring here. Only 4 bowlers have won 200 twice. The top 4 are the only 4 bowlers that have had back-to-back 200 games, and one's at 200 and one's at 201. So it's obvious now with plus 11 after 2, is it going to be 50 over? It could be. 50 over for 5th? It could be. Okay, we got a little revision in the prize fund. 15 first, 11 second, 7 third, 5 fourth, 300 for 5th. Still a great prize fund. 100% payback plus added money. Nothing taken out for lineage because of Robert Eddy's generosity. That's big money. 100% of prize money by the bowlers plus added money by True Grit. Look at Ryan Williams. Now that's, how's that game? He's got 240 in the 7th, playing farther right than anybody in the field. So you just straight 13 right at the pocket, two-handed. Interesting. No, he's not very deep. That's a strange angle there. There's so much OB to the right of that. I mean, you got to dead point it. I don't think you can have a half a board lay down to the right on that shot where he's playing. That's very interesting. Watch Ronnie Martin and Stouffer here now. Boy, that's a pretty good shot by Ryan. See that ball just bounce off the pocket. I mean, it's moving from right to left, and it just deflects an impact. Stouffer staying close, trying to figure it out. Lizzie with a messenger. Boy, that was left off his hand. That's about as mad as you ever see Janowitz get. That was left off his hand. And You know, when you're fooling somebody with his knowledge, and he's got it, believe me, you know how tough they are. He's having a tough day of it. And he's fantastic. And he cannot find it. He's 431. In third place. And all of a sudden just gave it all back. He's even. If he misses this, he's even. So he grinds out 31 pins in 2 games and gives it back in 6 frames. So they are brutal. You can tell he's not happy. He was on a strike. That was a key shot for him. You know, that's a 32 pin error on the first ball. He's got to, you know, if he's double, he's shooting 190. Now he's shooting he's shooting 190. Now he's shooting 176. 24 pin error on 1 ball. And they say it's an easy game. Not so. Not on this. Ryan Williams. Yep. But that's a great game for the young man now. 244 with an open. That is a monster on this shot. If you'll notice on 15, we got a pretty good string here. This gentleman right here. Got a break there. Could have been a 2-8-10. So Ryan Williams, who was minus 12, goes to 632. And that's going to be good enough to keep him in the top 5 after 3 games. And that's some very good bowling. 630 on this, crossing the house. Ryan Constantine with 238 in the wood here. So you'll notice the scores might be getting a touch easier now. We don't know for sure. No, you don't want to miss that. Cannot do that. Two young bowlers, both two-handers, right? Both missing the 10-pin, Constantine and Williams. And that's the inexperience factor there. They've got to understand. They've got to develop a better shot at the 10-pin than what we just saw. Both of them missing left. Both of them hitting the pocket and giving it right back. Let's see Norm Duke and Pete Weber doing that. Walter Ray, they don't flag any 10-pins. A Polizzi spare open 4-bagger. Great shot there. Oh yes, open 5-bagger. Now that's big move right there. Now that 30 pins in 5 frames is really what you want. The minute you get that going, and Waddell now giving it back a little bit here after 2 frames. His third open. He's got a triple and 3 opens in the same game. You can see what that 5-bagger does, though. It just jumps around people. Who's got the front 6 here? Watch Sir Javis right here. Ooh, he got a break there. Broke down a 4-9. Keep in mind now, it's the first time he's struggled like this. You see, he got 2 splits there in the game. He had 1 open in the first 2 games. 2 splits there, but he made one of them. He's shooting 190 here. He looks really good this game. Sparing 6 is a lot of wood right now. Now Waddell, who had a great start, spare open triple, gave it right back with 2 opens. Now shooting 180 and does not want to open again. Got to get a strike here. Try to get a foundation for the 10th frame. Good shot for the young boy. that's Stouffer with the triple. So it looks like with 9 drops and a strike and a triple, it looks like he's getting lined up slow. Look, real slow. Oh yeah, falling back inside the 4th arrow. And it looks like now Stouffer starting to zone in. Now Stouffer, right now, for the first time in 2 days, is starting to make his mark. Keep in mind, yesterday, nothing. 543 the first 3, 240. And then this morning, 190, 180. And all of a sudden now, a slow, hitting it hard, inside the 4th arrow. And interesting, he's fiddled around inside, change speeds, rotation, balls, angles, and it looks like for the first time in 2 days of competition, he's got a little something here, and he's the guy now. Remember, he has been on a roll. He's won 3 scratch tournaments in 3 months in 3 different bowling centers, well, this one being one of them. And if he's got that look, keep in mind this man is an assassin who has not looked good up until now, but boy, with obviously 5 games to go, if he's got this sort of look, he could run away and hide. And it seems like the deeper you are on the right, that you've got to fall it back. And look where he's standing, very slow, but not circling the heads. He's left of the fourth arrow at the arrows. Almost on the fifth arrow. Got that in a little. All right. Still a good game, though. 245. That's a big move. Now Sergevich in trouble shooting 170. That's if he makes this. So right off the bat, now he has lost 24. So he's 176. Now he goes down to plus 48. So as you can see, one bowler like Stouffer picking up 46. Sergevich losing 24. A 70-pin swing in one game between Stouffer and Sergevich. 70 pins in one game. And with 5 to go, it's literally anyone can make the top 5 within 100 pins. At 224 on 41 and 2, so that's going to pick up a little ground. 39 and 40, not much there, no. Oh, well under 200. Ryan Waddell struggling. 179. So he's back down again. And Polizzi looks like 234. That's going to get him back into the hunt.
Okay, I'm back. They're gonna open up inside a little bit.
They're opening slowly. They
are.
did last night. I mean, not a lot.
Hey, you going to the junkyard anytime soon?
Am I doing what?
Junkyard anytime soon?
I'm down to one car. I sold everything.
I need a piece.
What do you need?
I need this thing. That's my accelerator cable. And that's a little plastic piece. It's broken. See, this side is missing on that side. So I got it rigged up with a piece of wire tie. It's a swivel. You know, it fits.
I see it.
I figured that's a good junkyard piece.
That is a good junkyard piece.
Probably every LS motor's got one. All right, I'll see you, Steve.
I'll talk to you, Steve. I'll call you. And Martin now.
I'll talk to you, Hoss.
All right. Martin can go 216. That's a good move for him. So keep in mind, score is still very tough. Stouffer has picked up something, though. They're now in game 4. Watch the Janowitz again now for a double. So that was for that was his third frame. Sorry about that. Got a great prize fund this afternoon. Big money on top. First two spots, 2,600. Last three spots, 1,500. So, 4,100 in the top five. That's some big buckaroos right there. 4,100. A great way to spend a Saturday. If you like action, it's right here at Lightning Strikes. Okay, let's watch Pulaski now make this shot. The Sorry about that. Lost the sound, sorry. Yeah, it looks like, again, when we look at the scoring, now one bowler is bowled three 200s in a row. 648 leading. 7 bowlers over 600. So it's very possible that 1700 for 8 could very well lead this event. Unbelievable. It's very low scoring. Yes, we have a little sound problem when our scoring's up, folks. Sorry about that. Yeah, when I put the scoring up, we get the echo. That's happened before. Ryan Waddell not in yet. Hold on. Spares are definitely the way to the top, Joe. It is one of the toughest conditions I have seen in a long time of live streaming. None of our scratch events have been this tough. Even the dual pattern event that Janowitz won about 6 months ago, nothing is compared to this one. This is the old equalizer right here. A shot like that is just so pure, and he's staring at it thinking, what have I got to do? And that's exactly what you're going up against mentally, is what do you have to do? You finally make a great shot to maybe catch a double, which is so important, and you just can't get the corner out. Now Stouffer, check this out. He did find something. So now we know, and we've seen it for 2 years. When this man finds it, he does not give it away. He's been fishing for 2 days, speed-wise, ball-wise, release-wise, lay-down-wise. And all of a sudden, last game 240, and here's 4 in a row. And he's deeper than anybody. And oh my God, look at that. And if that starts going, it's over. He'll lead this thing in nothing flat. Keep in mind, nothing until last game. And all of a sudden now, David Stouffer. Let's see if Waddell scores in here now. There it is. So Janowitz at plus 11 in 5th. Stouffer plus 20, but 5 in a row. Right now the leader. Keep in mind, after 2 games, Stouffer's going nowhere. 190, 189, 196, 245. This game 239. Remember what I said? 260, 260. You could go from 50th to 1st. Stouffer's doing it right now. If he goes 245 this game, he's the leader. Unless Sir Javis can stay pace. Keep pace, excuse me. But you've got to be way in with a great touch. It's just not running and throwing. Everything's got to be perfect. Lay down, ball speed, tilt speed, forward speed. Stouffer, keep in mind, halfway through Game 4, he's playing the fifth arrow. The next question is, where does he go in Games 5, 6, and 7 if that's where he's playing now? Look, he's already right up on the ball return. He's playing 25, and this is 3.5 games in. And there it is, 25, and it's fallback. The next question is, where do you go from there? Are they going to start lofting the left gutter cap here on this? Very possible. John Fraser checking in. Welcome aboard, John. John watching his son today. Let's see if we can find Jordan here for Mr. Fraser. Roberts is. Amazing where this pattern is forcing you to play, and I mean it's forcing you. You've got to be obviously left, and you've got to fall it back. You can't be out swinging 15. You got to be falling back 18. It's forcing you into that zone, and obviously they are playable in there. Bruce Hall. Hello, Bruce Hall. Bruce Hall, the voice of NEBA. Ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to watch some great bowlers up in New England and the longest running monthly tournament in the history of bowling. Bruce Hall involved heavily with NEBA for many years with Chris Forey and Chris Fiali, my son Michael, and just a great cast of New Englanders. Bruce does all the commentary for NEBA. Currently bowling the senior tour up at the Villages, and I'm proud to say that I got my start in NEBA some 55 years ago. I bowled the April NEBA of 1966. I believe it was NEBA number 40, and here we are 55 years later, live streaming on cell phones. And for those of you folks that love to watch great competition, watch Bruce Hall and Chris Forey when they commentate along with Big John Wilbur, who's had 900. I think he had the 34th 900. Big John is a wonderful man from Rutland, Vermont, and Bruce from the Boston area, and Chris owns Buddy's Pro Shop in Nutmeg Lanes in Fairfield, Connecticut. And those three do the live streaming. And Bruce has only got 900 more events since I bowled my first one. That's kind of cool, Bruce. I kid you not. I bowled the April of '66 NEBA at Bloomfield. Right around now, 55 years ago. I met Bill Zubin that day. Seems like yesterday. I drove over there in my Corvair. I had a '63 Corvair Monza. How's that possible? What did I just say? A '63 Corvair? There's not one kid out there that knows what that is. Stouffer opened on 6 in the 7th frame, and he's got a tricky spare here. But Stouffer, obviously, the last 2 games, getting himself in the hunt. No, I gave a guy a Pinto in 1980, Joe, at the South Bend exit on the Indiana Toll Road. Got out of the car and gave him a Pinto. He was a long-haired hippie. Bruce Hall mentioning the number 940. Now, you got to understand, folks, those are monthly events. They did go bi-monthly about 28 years ago, but the idea of it is before COVID, they had never missed a tournament in the history of their schedule. Starting January 1st of 63, they went monthly to 1992. Then they started going bi-monthly, and from 1992 to 2020, they never missed a bi-monthly event. So they literally went, 58 years? 59 years? Without missing, 58 years without missing a tournament until the March of 2020 event. And I got to be honest with you, when you think about that, and all of us are bowlers watching, 58 years of never missing a scheduled event. How's that one, folks? That's the NEBA. I'll be back there this summer. I'm going to go to a couple of NEBAs if I can get Michael to get out of the house. We're going to have to chauffeur the horse. That's one of my proudest accolades, Bruce. To this day, Michael and I are the only father and son ever to do that. And I got to be honest with you, I am very proud of that because I have one bowler of the year and my son has got 5. Pretty cool, huh? Although, Bruce, that young boy you have, he might get rocking and rolling out there, become a bowler of the year. He's tough. Look at this string now on 37. Is that Chris Polizzi? That might be. I believe it is. Now keep in mind, he bowled great here in the seat to table event, losing the championship match to David Stouffer. And right now, a game like that, you go by everybody. I mean, you can be 30th and be leading if you shoot 300. So we're going to stay right here and watch this young man who bowled so good last month till he blew out his thumb. And his thumb was bleeding horribly. He forfeited the title match because of a bloody thumb. But he looks sharp today. He's the only bowler right now that has started with 8 in a row. Let's see if he can get the 9th one. Oh, that looks good. Gotta hurry. Oh, got it off the wall. Yes, yes, yes. Check him out. He does have a lot of hand. So Polizzi now making a big move to lead it. And you got to understand in his case, he might have a little of that attitude that, a month ago I had it, and, I had a forfeit, and I'm not going to forfeit this month. And there are guys that get motivated when they go back to a house where, yeah, they bowled well, but, the memory isn't really what they wanted at the end. And that might be a driving force with him right now. I believe that young man would like to win this event, probably more than any of us would imagine, because he did have a chance last month and he had a forfeit to this man right here, David Stouffer. He could not finish. And wouldn't that be something if Stouffer bowled Polizzi again? And don't think that isn't out of the realm of possibility. Again, very low scores, 648 leading. Javis, Ryan Williams at 632. Marty Ralderice at 623. Again, scoring very low. It does seem, though, that they've opened up a little bit here in Game 4. We kind of thought that last night. I kind of thought I saw that. And if you look at these strings now, you got Stouffer with 250. There's a bowler here to the right of him that can go out for 260. So and look at this here. You got Polizzi coming up now with a chance for 300. So it looks like they break down enough inside where there is a little more swing area as you're going left. You can leak it a little. Let's watch Chris now for number 10. Chris on the Motive Regional staff. Oh, that ball pushed. You see that? Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, they might be opening up in there. And some of these guys love that. Trevor Roberts will be in on that. Janowitz will thrive on that by the time this is over. You give him 4 games on that, that could be 980 in a heartbeat. I mean, they don't look that easy, but something's changing right now. You're starting to see it. Keep in mind, the high game of the day was 244 before this game, and all of a sudden now you got Stouffer 250, got Polizzi possible 300. So something's going on. Whoa, what was that? Looked like me on that one. That was a Larry title match shot. Yikes. No, they're not that wide open. It's all right, though. That's a great game for a very fine young man. And picking up 86 in 1, that's a lottery ticket. Beautiful. 285. Great game. Yeah, we're looking for some big scores. I don't see many, but in that one area there, I'm looking for Janowitz. Janowitz right now, I'd be watching. He's like a shark on something like this. You let him start falling back 20, 21, 22, and he is deadly. We're at the halfway point now through qualifying. Looks like in about 2 hours at around 4:30, 4:45, we'll start our step ladder. Should be out of here by 6:30 or so. So stay with us. Getting back to Bruce Hall, Bruce was telling me last week that since they started live streaming, that the NEBA has brought in $50,000 of added prize money from their live stream, and it's pretty similar here with the money we got from Audi and Oaks Farms and our tournament sponsors locally. This is the way to go, folks. And for some of you young entrepreneurs from different areas of the country that are watching today, don't be afraid to do it. If you love bowling, do it. Don't second guess yourself. Bruce Hall's making it work in New England. We're making it work here at Lightning Strikes. Added money brings in added bowlers. It's just that simple. I was thrilled when Bruce told me how much money they got from that live stream. This is a monthly event. Hopefully they'll start running 2 a month. Over 50,000 in added money. That's big money. Over the course of the year, figure it's 4,000 a month going into prize funds. Obviously there's administration fees and obviously added fees because of the live stream itself, but there's plenty of gravy there to go into that prize fund. Great job by Bruce and Chris and John and NEBA keeping the tradition alive in New England. Our greatest bowling tradition in New England is NEBA. The New England Bowling Association, NEBA. And naturally today at Robert Eddy's, we have this great new association founded a couple years ago by Corey Hausman called the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour. Similar to NEBA, scratch players, no handicaps, sport shots. And you're watching USBC Hall of Famer John Janowitz. Up in New England, we've got legends like Brian B., who won the 99 Masters. Anthony Pepe bowls NEBAs. He's great. Ryan Graywas. Ryan Graywas was NEBA Bowler of the Year 5 years ago. Him and I went to the same high school, Windsor Locks High School. 2 bowlers were NEBA Bowler of the Year out of Windsor Locks High School, Larry and Ryan. I was thrilled when he did that. I couldn't believe it. Somebody that went to my high school became a bowler and won Bowler of the Year in New England. It was wonderful. And this young boy that just won recently, Randall Dunbar, I can't wait to see Randall when I get back. Randall's a two-hander at 16. He won a NEBA. He's great. I coached him when he was 11 on my CAT system. I want to see Randall and talk to Randall when I get back. It's amazing to think that. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Doing all right somehow? All right, we're going to check our scoring now. They should be coming in. Let's see. And look at Janowitz. Of course, these are not all the scores, but look, High game of 219, 3 deuces out of 4 games for just 15 over with 3 deuces. Some scores coming in now. Scott Dennis's score is wrong. What is that? Oh, they gave him 490 in game 4. Scott Dennis has just set the world record, ladies and gentlemen, for one 12-frame game, a sanctioned 490. Scott Dennis will win an all-expense-paid trip to Alva, Florida, to stay at the Alva Hilton for his 490 game. I think we better change that. Of course, Scott Dennis would like us to leave it there. Kent Lees, did you like that? Kent, what'd you think of that? Renee, was that your hubby? Matt Rizzo congratulating Scott on the highest sanctioned game in bowling history here at Lightning Strikes. Robert Eddy just gave him 1,000 shares at Seed to Table for his high game. Stanley Codish laughing. Thank you, Stanley. You know, if you can't have fun, what the hell are you doing here? I mean, let's face reality. It's not supposed to be all serious, you know. I guess, in my case, I don't think I've ever been serious, so... Now let's watch this great representative of our state, known around the world, has oiled tournaments in 40 different countries. He's oiled lanes for tournaments. How's that for a record? Just think of what he's done in his life. Besides throw, oh my God, that's the second 7-pin like that. I mean, 4 pins went to it. The 1, the 5, the 2, and the 4, and nothing hit it. Wow. I think all of us in Florida that, see John, year in and year out, are amazed at his genuine kindness and professionalism, and in fantastic physical shape. I mean, his body ain't changed for 20 years. He identical. And just an amazing man. Killer instinct. And yet, one of the nicest gentlemen you ever want to meet. Let's see what we got now. Yeah, they changed Scott Dennis. Well, he did have the highest game in sanctioned history, and now he went to the lowest game in sanctioned history. And look, Polizzi. Look at Polizzi's last 2 games. 34-85. Remember I said if you throw 100 up there, and you'll go around 50 people? Well, he did. And look at Stouffer all of a sudden out of nowhere, right on his door. And Rakoski now picking up every game, 203, 221, 226. Nobody in the tournament with 4 200s in a row. But Stouffer's last 2, Polizzi's last 2. And look at Ryan Williams. Well, 115 in game 4. Strangely enough, Trevor Roberts still in the hunt with 744. I mean, 4 games to go, anything could happen. Amazing. Let's check brackets. So Martin Lewis got some bracket money. Look at Chris Polizzi's bracket money. 46 brackets. Rakoski, 26 brackets. And look at Stouffer. Oh my God. That's crazy. There it is, Stouffer, Polizzi, Rakoski. Pretty big bracket money there. Let's get back to the action. So Polizzi taking the lead again. Like I said earlier, he was in the title match here a month ago. He had to forfeit. And you could bet in the back of his mind he's saying, I want this one. And I'd like to see it happen. You hate to see a guy lose due to injury. You know, you get beat, that's one thing. But when your thumb's bleeding and you can't make a shot, that's a whole different story. We're going to put the camera on Stouffer now and see what he's doing here with Ratchin. Nothing going on there so far this game. So Stouffer looks like he's got striking 2 6 counts. So this pair might be a lot tougher than when he just got off of, it looks like. And look at that. All of a sudden, there it is. Look, 6-6-7. Comes off a game where he shoots 250, deadlocked in. Gets to the next pair. And all of a sudden, he's got Zippo. So, obviously, they are different from pair to pair. Very much so, I might add. Okay, let's move it down a little here, and we're going to watch Stoffer and go right down the line now to the low end. We'll watch this shot and just move the cameras left. Try to get an idea who's doing what.
The cream rises to the top, boss.
Yes. Okay. All right. Boy's lucky there. There's a Doherty. Carried a Doherty there. Imagine every time the two-pin falls forward, it's a Doherty for eternity.
Got to play inside.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have a little touch, a little feel.
Got to have a touch.
You know, it's all about know-how, boss, like you always say. Watch guys play the wrong line all day. The old man's getting a little antsy.
You good? He's getting antsy?
Yeah, I got to get going.
All right, get him
All right,
home.
boss.
I'll talk to you during the week.
Yeah, let me know if you ever go into the junkyard.
Yeah, I'll be looking for that.
That's a little piece in
I know what it is.
Got to have it.
What year car is that?
04.
4.
Yep.
GM, right?
Yep. LS1.
LS1. Okay.
Okay, Lee.
See, again, no scores. Check this out. Terrible scoring. Nothing there, nothing. Oh, there's 270 now. Wait a minute. Somebody bowling 270 on 21 and 2. Bowlers now getting into game 5, pretty deep. I want to see who's bowling 270 here. That is a monster. That's Janowitz. Well, who didn't know that? And he had that rip 7 where 4 pins went into it. So Janowitz now getting very comfortable from in. Again, this is his wheelhouse. He can play anywhere, don't get me wrong. But his touch inside the 4th arrow, between 22 and 26, 27, right in that range, is phenomenal. He likes it when the pocket's to the right of him, which it is. To the right of his laydown. Oh my God. What was that? That was almost a rip 4-10. Wow. Did you see that? So Janowitz with a solid 258. And that's going to vault him into the top 5. There it is. So 58 and 15 is 870 or 1073. So the great veteran from Winter Haven, Florida, now getting into the top 5. And I can honestly say this without any second guessing, that there is no one in this field that has been to more countries in the world than John Janowitz. Take my word for it. In fact, you could add them all up. Every one of these bowlers have not been to the amount of countries that Janowitz has been to. Kegel has sent him everywhere. And from what I understand, Elon Musk has called him for SpaceX. No, I better not get into that. Imagine if John Janowitz oiled lanes on the moon. Why not? Kegel will end up there someday. And again, I don't see a lot. There's 258. And other than Janowitz, it just does not seem like in this game that we see anything that would be notable as far as people making a big run at it. No, Ratchet and Stolfer are just grinding along, trying to stay near 200. Just give me one moment, folks. I'll be right back. See, again, that was the shot now we've been talking about. What does Stouffer do games 6, 7, and 8? He comes off of 2 big games, and now look, he's 180. He's already 3-stepping in front of the ball return, and there's nowhere to go after that. So all of a sudden, you know, it looks like he's got a wide open shot, but he can't go any farther left with his eyes and feet. It's over. So what does he do now? Does he ball down? Does he stay where he is and throw harder? In other words, he's run out of room on that right lane. There's nothing he can do. So again, he might have shot his biggest scores in games 3 and 4, but all of a sudden in game 5, he's got nothing. He can't get far enough left, and that again could be an issue. So as you can see, this condition, even though they get easier for a while, it seems like they toughen up again, depending on who you're following and how deep you are with your eyes and feet. Now Ronnie Martin with a little run at him here, and again, he is a fantastic bowler, and he is the only bowler to make every finals in our scratch event this year. He's made January, February, and March. January, he bowled Don Barrett for the title, heartbreaking loss, and made February and March as well. Young man just seems to bowl well on these scratch sports shot events. Bowled very well last weekend. In the proprietors event was 3rd there. So he's a guy that likes them tough and can keep up with the big boys when they're tough. And speaking of bowling on Mars, Stanley Kodish is on today. Stanley made the All-Mars team in 1988 with a group of people from Miami that were definitely from other planets. See, that ball did not push, and Roberts now just having a hard day . 59 off, so he needs 250 in there. He's running out of time. He's got 3 games to go. He's got to shoot 660, 670 to have a shot now. Want to look? Come on up here. Come on up. Want to look? See, this is what I'm doing. I'm live streaming. Watch me move the cameras. Watch. See? I can watch all these lanes bowl. Watch. See that?
Do that.
I can move them around. See? I'm going to watch John Janowitz right there from Winter Haven, Florida. I got a young man in here. I'm with one of my fans. Now everybody can see who you are. What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right, you go have a good day. He got stage fright. The poor kid. All right. Where Fiore's playing. See, that's where Stouffer is right now. Stouffer's doing the same thing, right in that zone. But as you can see, just never cleared it. Young boy struggling today on this shot. Started off with 123 and just never got loose. And we all know about days like that. If you're a bowler, there's nothing worse than getting out of the box with 130, 150, and he just drove 4 hours to get here. Oh, what a feeling. It's hopeless.
I'm back.
So they're finishing game 5. No standings in yet.
Ooh, look at Richie.
Yeah, Richie got left to split. Hi, Buster. All right, Buster.
I'll be back.
So it's Jordy Fraser. And if you'll notice, Janowicz is coming now, folks. You can just see it by his body language. He knows he's got it. He knows what's there. He knows how to play it. And you can tell, you know, when you get a guy that good, you watch how they walk back and you watch how they are at the foul line after they release the ball. You start to see that confidence. Those are the moves of confidence. And right now, he knows he's got a chance to lead this thing. He's smart. He's not thinking ahead 2 games, but he knows with this shot that he's got right now on these last 2 pair of lanes, there's 240, 250 in the wood. And the great ones know that. They sense it, they feel it, they've seen it before. And Ryan Williams was leading 2 games ago and shot 120. In this game, he's shooting 160, so he's in a lot of trouble. But he did lead it, and that's the confidence factor is he did lead it, and then he lost it. But he's a young man, only been bowling 3 years. Let's watch Janowicz here. Watch push. He's going to push left, too. Watch, he's pushing right at the gutter. See it? Wow. How's that shot? See that push away? Pushing to the left-hand gutter. Very interesting the way he lines up. You people that want to coach, watch the next time, and I'll call what he's doing, and I'm gonna see if you see what I see. Okay? I'm gonna call his approach and how he's lining up. Let's see if you all agree with me. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a Randy Peterson, but I can call him if I have to. Oh, I know, they're way too far out. They're just yanking it up and it's going nowhere. There's just ice out there from 7 out. I mean, forget it. And if you leak it, you lay down on 7 and you hit 5, sayonara. No chance for it to recover. I don't care if the lane was 80 feet long, you'd still miss the head pin. Okay. Now, Janowitz is doing some things here. Both feet are pointed left. His right shoulder is closed, literally equal to his left shoulder at the foul line. There is no leading the left shoulder because he can't open the swing up. So he's tight with his swing. Watch, both feet pointed left. Now you see his shoulders very straight. Now he's going to push left, watch, and keep the shoulder closed. Watch it. How's that? And if you'll notice, the left arm stays in the same position. He's not leading the left arm in front of him, where the left arm is going to be so far in front of you, you're opening up your right shoulder. Why? You don't want to open up the lane. So why would you want to open up the right shoulder? So we'll show you on the next shot what he's doing with his left shoulder to control his right shoulder. Okay? Very critical. Because you can't open the lane up here. You're not trying to open it up. You're trying to fall it back. And he's so good at that if you don't pick up on it, you don't realize that's what he does when he's bowling. He uses his shoulder alignment to change his swing plane by what he does with his left shoulder and his push away. And the position of the left and right shoulder in the push away and during the approach. So we're going to watch it again. I think his 25-year average in the USBC is well over 225. The 30-year average, I believe he's the 30-year average leader. I know he was the 20. I think he's the 30. And I think it's a monster. I think it's a ridiculous number. If you'll notice, when he holds the ball at his side, he's got his thumb left and his fingers on the top of the ball. Watch, which is an amazing scenario here. Watch this. He's going to drop it. See the thumb left, fingers on the top of the ball. See the position of the left shoulder. It's going to stay there all the way through the swing. Same with the right shoulder. Watch it. Is that beautiful or what? Shoulder alignment is so critical on something like this. A gifted professional who never turned pro, but he is a professional. No doubt in my mind. Anybody call him an amateur have to have their head examined. Maybe a smidge, but not enough, Cooper, to really, it doesn't look like Pete Weber or, some of these guys that are leading their left shoulder, a foot in front of their right shoulder. Slightly, Cooper, but not enough to what I would say that they're open, farthest from open. No scores yet. As soon as 13 and 14 come in, folks, we'll. How many green peppers has Janowitz won? I don't know, but I'd love to be his banker, Cooper. He doesn't spend any money on anything. Janowitz I'm sure that every dime Janowitz has earned is working for him wisely. Very smart man. He's got a great life plan, if you will. I would say in Janowitz's career, money earnings, as an amateur bowler, I would have to say 30 years, 20, at least 600,000. But I bet all of that's banked. He ain't buying a bunch of things. What did he do? Just leave a split? Oh my God, he did. He actually left a split. Must have heard all those good things I was saying about him. And then he realized that's Litchy talking about me. That's the kiss. Gil Willett on. Hello, Gil. Joe Panko giving me the triple kiss. Okay, most of the field now is in Game 6. We're waiting for scoring. We'll have that right up for all of you. Now, Stuffer had a bad last game, and he's already standing 45 here on the left lane, so you know what's going to happen on the right lane. He's going to be in front of the ball return, three-stepping, laying it down on 38. And overswung the heads there. So right now, he had it going, all of a sudden he's lost it again. But that's how tough these lanes are. There's just not a lot of room. You keep moving left. The pocket moves farther to the right. And there's not a lot of swing area. They're very touchy. So, look where he's shooting this from. Wow. Great shot. Polizzi, who was leading going into last game, really bowled great. 234, 285 to take the lead. And now, this is Game 6. I don't know what he bowled in Game 5. We should have that up shortly. Here we go. And an amazing set of circumstances here. When you see this, you're not going to believe it. Get ready. Strangely enough, David Stouffer, who put the last game out, who was shooting 182 going into the 10th, struck out to be 74. Janowitz with 258, 73. Martin Ralderis bowling very well today with a low game of 188. Marty Revs. Ronnie Martin coming alive. One bad game, 165. 4 deuces. Murkowski steady as ever after game 1. Waiting for more scores to come in. Polizzi's still holding on to the lead now. With Stouffer right there, and it looks like they could bowl each other again back-to-back months. How's that one? And we were saying maybe 100 over to lead it. And boy, as tough as they are, look at that for the top 5. 60 over. Gets you into the stepladder. 212 average. Gets you to the stepladder. They're waiting for Ryan Waddell's score, and that's it. There it is. Waddell in trouble, 190, 150 the last 2. To be 66 pins now. Or 120, excuse me, got that wrong. 126 off 5th place, so he needs 700 the last 3 to have any kind of a chance. But look at that. Ronnie Martin with 470 the last 2. Polizzi 479 the last 2, but all of it in the 285. Davion Swiney staying close at 267 in game 4. 1 game over 200 and in 8th place. How's that one? 1 game over 200 and in 8th. So it's still anybody's event. With 3 games to go. Now keep in mind, 17 and 18 has not been used today, but it was oiled at 11 o'clock. So by the time the bowlers get on it, right, it's going to be 5:30, 5 o'clock. So the oil will have been sitting 6 hours on 17 and 18. Where the qualifying lanes, the oil only sat about an hour and 20 minutes. That is a big difference. Even though 17 and 18 is fresh, it's not the same pattern sitting 6 hours as 1 hour. Believe me, not close. So that should be very interesting over there on 17 and 18. Yes, oil the same, but sitting time different for whatever that does. And Ryan's struggling, and he is not happy, and we all understand, don't we? And Ralderis, very interesting. $11 pins out of first, and spare 5-bagger. Now that's an underdog. Marty has not bowled well in any of our scratch events. However, He's one of these guys where if he can get it to the pocket, it's going to strike. He's got 500 revs. Now Stouffer on a double. And there it is, missed it. See, he's so deep on that right lane, he's too deep on that one. Again, that's an end pair there. Could it be a difference? I don't know. But Raul de Reese is not having a problem on it. And there's Stouffer with 2 opens, or an open in the 6th. So he's shooting 180 again. Billy Seymour with a 4 count. That's always a lot of fun, a 4 and a 3. A 7 box. Oh boy, now check out Stouffer, look at this. So all of a sudden now, Stouffer shooting 170, and he was leading, and now look. So what we now know is they're impossible. And he went 245, 252, 202. Gets to a pair of lanes and has no idea where the ball's going. So it's obvious to me that with 3 to go, literally anyone within 100 pins could take the lead in this event. Shocking to say the least, because anytime you see the big guns, just rapping away at them, you don't think they're going to give it back. You just don't, because they're locked in. They're averaging 230. All of a sudden, here's 170, and he gets another pair like that, and goes 170 again, and he's fighting for the top 5. He can go from leading to 6th in 2 games. So we know now with 3 to go, then anything could happen. John, we have sound. Do we? We better have sound. If we don't have sound, I'll be shocked. If we lost it, John, I have no idea why. I have no idea why we lost it. Which sound is on, John? It might have been an interim situation. Every once in a while we have little glitches in the system here that we're not aware of. Let's see what's going on down here, down the low end now. We'll move the cameras up for everyone. There's Polizzi right there. Let's watch him. No, he's struggling.
Understand? You know what a ghost means, right?
Yep.
Ghost, not even here. I don't.
Deal.
Got it?
Deal. Well, when you look at the skill level that's here, and there is some very skilled bowlers. When they're coming off of a 680, and then there's 160 or 170, this shot's transition is not the same, obviously, on every pair. And more so, there's nowhere to go after you get to a limit of moving left because you can't open the lane out. You can't loft it out and have it swing back from the 8 board. There's no room to the right. So you're running into a double box. Unless you're Janowitz, who in my mind right now will be the leader. I think right now he is sharper than anyone in the field on this shot. And this type of trajectory through the front. And if I'm right, he will lead it because Stouffer or Polizzi might have been the two guys that could obviously lead it, but they're in trouble. And Janowitz is striking. And as you can see, Stouffer here, 120 in the 8th with 3 straight opens. Martin Ralderis could very well take the lead this game. He got bad spare shooting. Look at him. 2 1-pin misses and has a chance for 235. So if he doesn't lead it, it's obvious why. He can't make a 1-pinner. There's 22 pins right there. In a game that's 221, it should have been 243. So again, that could haunt him. But Stouffer now could drop to plus 34 if he doesn't strike and plus 22 if he opens. So he's got a problem. Now we're going to watch this shot here because this is big for Stouffer. He pops a little 5 count here for 148, 147. takes is one ball. It could be 140. If he strikes out, it could be 180. That's a big shot there. I don't blame him for running it out. I'd be running it out too. Janowitz got the fourth one. It looks like right now Janowitz on cruise control in this game. And with Stouffer shooting 180, and Stouffer did get the second one, it looks like. No. Look at that. So it's a double and 5 total. So he goes 166, loses 34 to go 40 over after 6. He's 1240 after 6. Raul DeReese would be 1285 after 6. And Lee saying, where's my ball going? So again, they are tough. Let's watch Janowitz now for the fifth one. Again, watch the left shoulder and the right shoulder. Watch what they do. So close. Look at this. Whoa, it moved. All right, great shot. Polizzi just did. So Polizzi just opened now to go 114 in the 8th, or 124 in the 8th. He was leading, so he's shooting 160, so he drops. Stouffer drops. And it looks like Janowitz is definitely going to take the lead, but Stouffer and Polizzi struggling in Game 6, and Janowitz Janowitz definitely taking the lead now. So Plizzi had it 2 games. Stouffer had it. They're both bad. And surprisingly, Ronnie Martin Jr. now and Martin Ralderis could come up this ladder here, and both of them could go around. Well, Ralderis went around Stouffer, and I believe went around Plizzi. So now Ralderis is the leader at 1285, but Janowitz at 1273. He's 1302. So Janowitz right now, going into the 7th frame, is right at 1300, 100 over. And this game isn't done. Janowitz definitely the leader. Providing he can mark out. And if he strikes out, he will have a mammoth lead. 40 or 50 pins if he can put this game out. Wow, what a shot. 2 times on that lane. Great shots for Janowitz. Just precision bowling. Putting on a show right now. Ronnie Martin, out of nowhere, shooting 260, 258, and now what we really have is Janowitz and Martin. Martin going to 13-18. And Ronnie Martin just went from 5th to 1st with that 258. And again, he is amazing. This will be his 4th consecutive finals in 2021 in this event. He is the only bowler to make the match play in every event. Now, this is only 5 bowler match play, but yes, it is match play. All the pins are dropped. He's in a step ladder. And right now, after 6 games, he is the leader. Unless Janowitz can strike out. And if Janowitz strikes out, he is the leader. Martin would be 2nd with 2 to go. So it's definitely Martin Janowitz or Janowitz Martin after 6 games. Great shot there, almost made it. Okay. Janowitz a rip 7, a solid 10. And if he doesn't strike here, Ronnie Martin will be the leader. If John gets this one, and the first one in the 10th, he'll be the leader. Wow. That man is just one of the best I've ever seen. All right, bro. One of the best I've ever seen that did not bowl on the PBA Tour. Could be the best ever. That never bowled on the PBA Tour. His record is from another world. Just gifted. Lucky for us, he's from Florida. Setting an example for these young bowlers on what class and dignity is, and he's got it, believe me. Now remember, Janowitz did win our dual pattern event here, so he has won one of our scratch events here along with Stouffer, Mark Pulaski Jr., John Rakoski have all won the scratch. Oh my God, you see that? For those of you watching, he is so locked in right now. The precision of those shots. If they were on Specto or Cats, they're all within a board. Every single shot, they're within a board, and I would say ball speed within 1/10 of a mile an hour. They're robotic, and it's not often that we get a chance to see this sort of shot making on this type of shot, where the angle is so deep and you have to be so precise. But you're watching it, and I want you to appreciate really what we're seeing here. It is just wonderful to see this man working like this. And there it is again. And that's how you win USBC Eagles, by doing something that nobody can do on a sports shot. It's just execute shot after shot. His concentration, his ability to understand his body is remarkable. It's all mental. 90% mental, 10% physical. Little ball change there, tripping a 4-9, interesting. Nice little experiment a little, right? 259. To go 13-32 against Ronnie Martin's 13-18. So right now it's Janowitz, Martin, Raul DeReese. Scores will be coming in now quickly. Stouffer dropping down to 40 over. So he's in trouble all of a sudden. Another 160 and he's out. It's really going to be interesting on 17 and 18 considering that pair is fresh but sitting for 6 hours, 7 hours by the time we get on it. That's interesting. What does that oil do after it's sat for 6 hours? Where's it going? Has static electricity carried it down? What has happened? Even the lanes next to it on each side, could it have carried it down a little? They say it does. Even though the lanes weren't bowled on, there has been tests made that on pairs to the left and right with the tape that there was carried down on lanes that weren't bowled on from static electricity, moving the oil. So we will find out. And something else about this event too, 8 games, that's a lot of bowling on a tough shot like this. It's got to be tiring. And whoever finishes 4th and 5th has got to bowl 4 more to get to the title match. So it's a 12-game day on a very demanding shot if they do run the stepladder. So it's Ronnie Martin now, who is in 2nd place after 6 games. Put his head down. See it? Just head down, eyes down. That's the trait of Ronnie Martin. He never looks up. Marty Rev's just sawing on that toy. Started off 918, so he's in trouble now. Does not want to pop 140 here. Okay, scores coming in. We'll watch Stouffer make a shot. This is game 7 of an 8-game qualifier. We started today right around 12:30. And let's check it out now. They're not all in yet. There's Martin, 1 game under 200. Great bowling the last 3. Raul DeReese in 2nd. Rakoski now will be 4th when the rest of the scores come in. We're waiting for Janowitz's score to come in. So that would move Rakoski to fourth. Rakoski coming up on an open. So Koski, a former banker, has not worked now in about 4 months. Got a break there. And Serjavis, Christos Serjavis' last 2 games, well, he went 246, 226, 176, 227, 154, 181. So 3 of his last 4 games, Serjavis, 176, 154, 181. 3 of 4. Wow. And there it is. Plizzi with 164 hanging on. Look at Hunt and Stouffer all out now. And amazingly, when you look at Janowicz's last 2 games, 517, just flawless bowling. And Ronnie Martin right behind him with 505. Raul Reese holding his own. Bowling very well today. Rakoski steady as ever after that 184. Plizzi very erratic. 234, 285 in the middle, and no 200 games on either side of it. Ron Hurt in the hunt, obviously. Serjavis in a lot of trouble. Swiney in trouble. Trevor Roberts coming on. Does have a shot at it. If he can bowl good the last 2, 450, 460, he might sneak in. But boy, they are brutal. Let's watch this young man from Naples, Florida. Pretty good shot. 6-pin almost came out of that flat gutter. Now Stouffer, obviously after 160, is 40 pins behind Raul Reese, tied for 6th. And he just caught him with this strike. He goes around him. So he was 45 pins behind Raul Reese. He strikes here. He's caught him. 1 ball away from catching him in 5 frames. And there it is. So now Raul Reese and Stouffer battling for one of the top 5 spots in Game 7. And Stouffer struck again, so he strikes spare four-bagger. To definitely go around Raul DeReese, and Raul DeReese in trouble, if you'll notice, with back-to-back opens. No, he did strike, I take that back. So right now, Stouffer and Raul DeReese fighting for a spot right there on the same pair. I want to see if I can find Sergevis, who is, I can't find him. Sound on, please. Okay. Nothing. Sorry about that, folks. 0. Okay. Let's find Sergevis here. Now, Janowitz is in game 8. And we're looking for Sanis Sergevis. I want to watch him throw a few balls, but I can't find him. Okay, we got the boulders right now, and this is it. Keep in mind, you got Hertz, Stouffer, Sergevis on the outside looking in, Swiney and Roberts, all in the hunt. All could make it with 2 to go. They need big scores. Right now, Raul DeReese is in a little bit of trouble here. Shooting 187. Stouffer shooting 229. So Stouffer's pretty much caught Raul DeReese. We know that Ronnie Martin and Janowitz are probably going to be locked. Let's watch Polizzi's score right here, and he's shooting 180. And he's 49 over, so he's in trouble. So it looks like Raul DeReese and Polizzi could be in trouble. Stouffer sneaking around both of them in game 7. That's why I'm looking for Sergevis. And I want to watch Roberts right here because he's putting a little move on him. And he has just picked up a lot on Raul DeReese and Polizzi. So going into game 8, it is going to be a dogfight. I would say right now the only 2 bowlers locked in are Martin and Janowitz. I think the rest are vulnerable going into game 8. There could be a 40-50 pin switch where somebody bowls 230, somebody bowls 170, and they could go around them. So it's going to be very exciting, the last game. Jenowitz right here. Let's watch him make this shot in game 8. Boy, see, he overswung that one board, and look what happened. One board right, and the ball just goes right by the break point. Stouffer looking good here in game 7. And a big shot coming up now for Raul Reese. He's got to put some pressure on Stouffer, being that he's crossing with him, and protect his position. And if he could put this game out for 217, this is a big 9th frame. If he opens, he's at a 170 pace. If he strikes, he's at a 217 pace. So it's almost a 40-pin ball here. If he strikes versus open, really needs to make a good shot. He's on the borderline right now. Does not want to go into game 8, needing 220 or 230. Great shot for Raul Reese. Really threw it well. I mean, he's saying okay, but you know, when you see something like that, that was pretty pure there. To leave a Wally 10. Light hit like that, you'd figure maybe a 7.
Bowlers, when you guys are done with game 8, please bring your scorecard up to the tournament desk. Game 8.
Attaboy, Marty. Marty's missed another one-pinner this game. He's missed 3 one-pinners today that I know of. And again, that's been his Achilles heel. That's 33 pins in one-pinners. And on a shot like this, you cannot do that. But he has, and it might haunt him by the end. Pretty good game by Ronnie Martin. Caught a double, 8 and 1. Gone for 190. One ball out of the pocket, and there you go. You look at all the 9s. Bowled a good game and might shoot 190. Sulfur pumped. Was that beautiful or what? That's just pure. Looking for Sergevis now, because he again is a factor here in this last game. He's on the border. We know he's good. We know he's won here. But 3 of his last 4 are 176, 154, and 181. He's not looking too good today. But he's still in the hunt to make it. And he bowled very good on the fresh this morning with 226, 246. So if he can get into a top 5, seems like he bowled a lot better on a fresher shot. And Raul Reese with a cross hit. If you're going to yank it 5 instead of 2. What a bonus that was. Now he can actually pick up 10. And Stouffer's went around him. was bad. All right. See, again, he's dug himself a hole back-to-back games where he missed 2 one-pinners last game, a one-pinner this game. So you can add 33 to his score and see where he is going into Game 8. He wouldn't be in trouble. I mean, he would be cruising. No excuse to miss that in this type of field, knowing that you need to get a 5-bagger to make up for 3 missed one-pinners. Wasting 5 in a row. Great shot there to get the wood. That counts. All right. Those 2 pins might make a difference, too. Stouffer puts this out. He goes to 99 over. Boy, that there is not what he wanted to do in the 10th. I thought he threw it pretty good, but it hooked early. So now he's looking at 225 versus 259 because of that one ball. This could be a 34-pin open. If he strikes and doubles the 10th, he goes 259. If he opens 225. That one shot could have meant 34 pins. He's got to make this. Wow. Great shot. A lot of pressure, too. So 37. He goes to 77 over. The score is coming in now for Game 7. Ronnie Martin catching a double, in great shape. Janowitz shooting 188 in Game 8. The scores will be coming in, and we'll give you an update here. It's an exciting qualifier. And Robert's shooting 238 to get close now. Keep in mind, he was really out of it most of the day, and he's now in the hunt to make it. He needs a big last game, but he's certainly capable of it. Martin Ralderis works for Robert Eddy at Oaks Farms. Marty's here with his wife today. Little girl watching her daddy bowl. Got to treasure those days, because before you know it, that little girl's going to be 20, 21, and he's going to be 50, 51. Treasure those days now. And you got a little girl watching you, 2-year-old looks like. And again, we are in game 8. And look at this on 29 and 30. Who has got 8 in a row? And that's interesting. I wonder if this person is in the hunt. We'll find out shortly. But someone Whoa! About that one for 9 in a row. Tripped the 6 for a 9-bagger. Watch Javis now on 23 and 4. Scores should be coming in. Oh boy, does not want to do that. Again, another one pinner. And is not in a position to give away 11 right now. That's for sure. Okay, let's get the scores up. See what we got. Janowitz at plus 186, a surgeon beyond belief. 258, 254, 259, 771 the last 3, falling it back, just running away and hiding, and everyone else just battling for 2nd through 5th. There's no one going to catch Janowitz. It's just not going to happen. Hurt in good shape. Ralderies. There's the scores as we now see them. 7 games in, 72 over. Trevor Roberts needs a big game. Biondi needs a big one. Rakoski in the hunt. And on 29 and 30, let's watch this here. The left-hander now with 10 in a row. That is the high game of the day right now, regardless if he doesn't strike. Oh! Wow, and he's getting, you see the crowd watching. I think everybody realizes that these lanes are so tough to do this.
That's Captain Ray.
Say again?
That's Captain Ray.
Captain Ray?
He's in last place.
He's in last place.
Last place, 350 under.
He's in last place.
Front of that.
This man right here is in last place in the event, folks. I was just brought to my attention. He is in last place, 350 under. Now that's a first if there ever was one. Come on, that's a good shot. Yeah. And he's got a standing O because the scores are impossible. And a large round of applause. And let's check these scores out because that's Joe Cubulus. Look at the scores, ladies and gentlemen. We're not making this up. I want you to look at this. 100, 166, 128, 139, 156, 171, 300. Well, I've seen a lot in my life. Believe me when I tell you. But I have never seen a man 340 under for 6 shoot 300. Ever, ever, ever. His high game of the day, 171. Are you looking at that? 100 in game 1, 128 in game 3, 300 in game 7. Well, you just saw something you'll never see again in your lives. All of you. You'll never see that. 100, 166, 128, 139, 156, 171, 300. Oh my God. I thought I'd seen it all till now. Well, one thing you could say, there's no quit. He did not give up, did he? And if you look at it one more time, we could take 100 and 128 is 228. We could take 128 and 139 is 267. If you take any of his games and add them both, there's only 2 of them that, well, 3 of them add up to 300. 166, 156 is a 312. Oh my God, that's crazy. We'll be talking about that for a while. Must have went to the Larry School of Lane Reading. That was game 8, Gil. No, let me see. That was game 7 for Mr. Cubulus. Game 7. And that's got to be one of the strangest things I've seen in my life. 340 under for 6. And 300 in game 7. 100 over in game 7. And 340 under for 6 behind it. And good for him. Good for him. I'm glad that man had that. Now, Ralderis, Stouffer looks like he's got the double. Ralderis coming up here. It's got to be a wonderful feeling. And not only that, but the man didn't give up. And he could have. You know, he could have been out there heaving it, backing it up. You know, he's trying his heart out and having a terrible day. And all of a sudden, got a $100 bonus and a sanctioned 300 game on a tough shot. I mean, it's wonderful. I don't know if it's first 300, Duncan, but it's the high game today by a lot. I think the high game today, before that, was 259. John Janowitz with 59, and I don't see any 260s today. 267 for Davion Swiney. That was the high game of the day before that. 267. But, oh no, 285. Sorry about that, Don Cornett. Chris Polizzi. But to bowl 300 after those scores, now wait a minute. I mean, look at those scores. Wow. I'll never forget that. That'll be one of Larry's great memories of why you should never give up. So right now, Raul DeReese, again, let's look at the top five going into the last game now. Here it is. So the people in the hunt, Rakoski, 24 out, Tony Biondi, 54 out, Trevor Roberts, 60, Krista Serzavis, 64, Polizzi, 64. Hurt and Raul DeReese and Stouffer, all within 4 pins. So hypothetically, Stouffer, Hunter, or Hurt or Raul DeReese, both 170. One of these 3-4 guys behind him could go around. Martin and Janowitz are locked in. They cannot miss the finals. But one of those fellas below 6 needs 230 and has got to hope for 170 in front of him somewhere by one of those 3 guys. It's just that simple. Koski right here, probably with his best shot at it. But he go 918, yes he did, so he's in trouble. His ball's not hitting. Very rare, but and Polizzi 64 out without any doubles, he's in trouble. See what Roberts has got going. We can find Trevor Roberts. And he's open, so he needs to, I think he's open. Nothing there. Nothing there. And nothing there other than the 300. So it looks like they could stay right the way they are. Let's see what Roberts has got here. He needs to strike. He's 60 out. And he needs to pretty much put a four-bagger in there and hope that Raul DeReese or Hurt fall apart in this last game. Because it's pretty much established right now. Raul DeReese has been a little shaky on spares today. He's missed 3 one-pinners. I mean, he's exciting on the spares. You don't know what's going to happen. But right now, it looks like the top 5 is pretty much established with 5 frames to go. That was amazing. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in my life. In one day, he's bowled games 200 pins apart. He's bowled a 100 and a 300. Try that sometime. Yo.
300.
Well, the 100 and the 300 in the same block. 200 pins difference.
What a lefty.
You'll never see that again. I mean, that's impossible. A 100 and a 300, 5 and 5 in the middle. One started with 100, game 7, 300, 5 in the middle.
Well, it's no longer impossible. Welcome to
I was just talking
LICHSTEIN.
about it.
Welcome to LICHSTEIN.
Unbelievable. All right, Stouffer now. Stouffer trying to get around Martin to have a shot at Janowitz. I mean, he's not going to catch Janowitz, but he could go around Ronnie Martin. And that alone would be a big move because he has to win 2 games instead of 3. If he wants, yeah. Now again, Martin pretty much has to just mark out. Don't make any mistakes. Don't miss any easy spares. And force Rakoski, Biondi, and Roberts to strike a lot. The key for him is make his spares and make them strike. Don't give it to him. The last thing you want to do is start flagging 1 and 2 pinners and let them back into a 2-0 because you shoot 160. Chris. No. JJ. Okay, we got a real treat coming up here now. This is, for me, this is wonderful to sit with my friend. Well, what kind of a show did you put on today?
I don't know, Lich. I think I stepped in something. I'm not sure what happened.
I got this fellow here that in games 5, 6, and 7 only went 771. What'd you shoot in game 8?
215.
215.
Yeah. So,
Let me ask you a question. When you're closed to your shoulders up and pushing the ball towards the left-hand gutter, are you doing that because it's a fallback shot?
No, actually more, I'm trying to get my swing a little bit straighter, honestly. That, it just seems like for whatever reason, I kind of need to push it a little bit more left.
Yeah.
And also since even though I'm not really trying to give it away a lot, that's also kind of helps me kind of get the hips out of the way, kind of helps me open up and get the swing to kind of be able to to kind of figure it back going in that direction again. So that's
Yeah.
really kind of what
Now,
what it stems from.
What about the left arm here? Do you keep it stationary and know it? Are you
Try to.
focused on your left arm, so you're focusing on your left shoulder as well?
Honestly, I'm really not even focused on the left arm at all.
You're not? Okay.
No. I just, if anything, I just kind of focus anything on my hip angle more than anything.
You
just,
focus on your hip angle.
Yep, kind of preset that and just try to keep that as quiet as possible throughout. So there's not a lot of
Not a
in
lot of
and out.
swaying.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a lot of swaying. You
Right.
don't want to sway, that's for sure. Especially on something like this. You sway 1 inch, that's 1 inch at the arrows, and that's a miss head pin.
They're definitely a little on the challenging side. I mean, they're starting to open up a little bit now, but they're a little hard.
I was telling the viewing audience about when I bowled with you 10, 12 years ago and watched you, where I had a chance to watch you bowl 9 games starting in Albuquerque into Reno.
It was a good time.
And you were about 800 over for 36, and I'll never forget thinking to myself as I watched the moves that they were so precise and so wonderful to watch you do that. And you still do it. I'm watching it today. Like a surgeon out there.
I'm trying, Hoss. Just like anything, you're
fantastic.
Always just trying to continue to learn and trying to keep up with what you need to do to stay competitive these days. Keep up with the kids and the rev rate and just the new changes. And it's I still love the bowl. I still love
your
the game.
attitude is so pure and so wonderful. Your focus is fantastic.
I like to think it's one of my better traits to be able to kind of eliminate the noise and some of the things that are kind of going around.
Yeah, it's fascinating for me. I've seen it now for a number of years, but to live stream it and see it and talk about it is unique for me because before the last few years I could never do that about anybody's game. But watching you, John, my God, we are lucky in Florida to have you, my friend.
Oh, thanks.
Now I was saying, and I want to get this right with the audience. How many countries have you oiled lanes in?
I think the last I checked, somebody asked me that a while ago. I think it's 40.
40.
Yeah.
I was telling everybody in the stream that you've been to more countries oiling lanes than everybody in the field total. I don't think this field has been to 40 countries. 40 different countries.
Yeah.
What a career.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I've been really blessed. To be able to do some things that I love and be able to see what I've been able to see, when it comes to ball motion and, how different people play the lanes in different parts of the world and, and also being able to see the best in the world, as well as the PBA Senior Tour, the PWBA. And,
right.
After a while, you watch a lot of that and then you try, you kind of translate and say, oh, that's how he figures this out. Or like, wow, I never really thought I would have played that pattern that way, but he's averaging 250 on it. You kind of start, thinking about those things of like, okay, that's...
You're amazing, your thoughts. Now, watching Stouffer, and obviously you guys have bowled with each other and against one another and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
Both of you today weigh in. He's got his way of doing it, you've got yours. He's a little slower. You haven't changed your footwork, he has. You guys went the 3 steps on the right lane.
Right.
Do you think about things like that when you see other bowlers doing it, or are you just in your own little world?
I think like anything, if you're not bowling good, you need to see who is bowling well. Because normally I've just noticed over the years, the people that are near the top, you're going to see some similarities. There's certain things, like they're playing a certain part of the lane,
yes.
or, they have a certain kind of ball speed, or
yes.
their rev rate ball speed combination, or they spin it.
Yes.
There's going to find some similarities, and I think like anything, you just kind of have to be aware of, who is kind of bowling well. I'm not a big person that just watches people, but if you're obviously shooting 250 every game, then you just focus on what you're doing and you just follow the moves. But when transition hits and you're trying to figure that out. You have to just kind of look for some common ground and some common, themes. When it comes to the ball motion, the type of bowling balls. Are they using surface? Are they using, polished, low diff balls?
Right.
Angles to the front.
Right.
So,
You're just amazing to watch, and I've seen it a number of months now. Today was extremely, extremely impressive. The dual pattern day was very impressive for me.
Oh, thank you.
When you shot 1440 and won that one, but. You look great again today.
Thanks.
Thank you for sitting with me.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, and it's the great Florida legend, John Janowitz. Come on in here, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Come on in. Congratulations on 300.
Sir. Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Good. What was your name now?
I'm Joseph Kupelis.
Now, Joe, I got a question for you. You struggled horribly just a bad day.
Yes.
You're in last place,
Yes.
and you shoot 300.
Yes.
What's the deal?
I don't know. I just kept it together, one frame at a time.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when I do these tournaments, I get a lot of anxiety.
Yeah.
So I just gotta keep myself stay in the moment. Just keep staying in the moment
Threw
and
the
never
balls
give
in-
up.
Threw the balls in the 10th grade, and you didn't give up. You had a bad
Exactly.
day.
Exactly.
A lot of guys just have been heaving and throwing it out there.
Yes, exactly.
And you were out there pumping for 300.
Yes.
That was great.
Thank you. And this is my second time ever in this building.
Yeah.
I got my first 300
That's your first 300.
in this building. Yes. I'm originally from Spring Hill Lanes.
Oh, you're from Spring Hill. You probably set a record by having your lowest game in a block, 100, and your highest game you can bowl, 300. So you had a 200 pin difference from game 1 to game 8.
Yes, it's
But
crazy.
you didn't give up.
Exactly. I just kept my
And
anxiety down.
congratulations. That's the most impressive thing of all.
Thank you.
Is that you're in last place, you're not bowling well, you're having a very disappointing day. You just drove 4 hours to get here and bowl bad. And the game 12, you say, you know what? I'll
Yes.
shoot 300.
Yes, and this is actually my vacation week. My mom just signed me up just right away, last minute.
Oh, I hope she saw this.
Yeah.
I've been around a little bit, but I've never seen anything like that till today, and that's why I wanted to get you in here.
Oh, thank
That
you.
was impressive,
Thank
and
you.
you should be proud.
Yes,
Because
thank
you
you,
never
Larry.
gave up, and you ended with perfection.
Exactly. Thank you. And that's my sixth one.
Well, it was just great.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. And you got a roar. Everybody roared when you struck.
Yes, and actually 2 months ago, I did the non-champions here.
Yeah.
I got my first ever PBA cash out.
Oh, you did cash in the
Yeah,
non-champion.
yeah,
Good.
but 21st place.
Good. I'm glad you cashed in a PBA.
Thank
man.
you.
Good for you.
I just have to keep on believing myself.
Well,
I'm too negative about myself.
Well, let me tell you something. You believed in yourself the last game. I know I've had bad blocks. We've all had them.
Yeah.
But I know one thing. When I've been out of the cash, going into game 8 or 6 or 4 or whatever, my focus wasn't too good. I just wanted to get out of the building.
Yeah, exactly.
You're out there pumping away. I mean, that just goes to show you got a lot of heart, baby.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm only 23 years old, so I just joined the PBA last year.
Well, you just keep the same attitude and the same intensity.
Exactly.
And wait for a day where you start with 300 and then go get them.
Exactly. Because sometimes I have a bad habit, like, oh, all these pro bowlers, they're going to beat me. I can't beat these guys. But that's not true.
Don't think about that.
Yeah.
It's you against the pins.
Exactly. That's
You
what mom
got
says.
to put the tunnel here. You can't help what they do. They're going to do what they do.
Exactly.
But if you can tell yourself, I can bowl and I can bowl good and focus on your own game, which you did the last game.
Yes,
I mean, those
exactly.
3 shots in the 10th were all there. They weren't misses.
Exactly.
Well, all right. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. How about that?
Be safe.
Thank you. Nice young man. I love it when we see something like that, folks. That was from another planet. And here we go. Look at Janowitz with 1801. We were predicting 100 over for 8. He is the leader, so keep in mind now, he's going to be bowling 1 game today for the title. Ron Hurt's definitely in. The question is where. We know Ronnie Martin is not done yet. Scores coming in now. Let's watch Ronnie Martin on 21-2. One of my favorite people. Everybody loves Ronnie. What a gentleman. He's one of the nicest people you ever want to meet. And one hell of a bowler. What's that DVA line, huh? Gotta be a very tough day for Christus. As great as he bowled here in March, starting off with 470, if he just bowled even his last 6 games, he makes it. He actually had enough after 2, but unfortunately, ran into trouble. You hate seeing it. But unfortunately, that's the world we live in. And Robert's making a little run on it. It's going to fall a little short. Let's go back to the scores. Rikoski, I don't think he's got enough at plus 61. I don't see it. Now, I just saw something here, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to see for a minute. Reis went 6-3 and 9 out in the 10th to shoot 167. And Reis at 167 went to 39 over. That is catastrophic. Spare shooting costing the young man today. Another 9 open in the 10th. That's 4 one-pinners today, is 44 pins. Obviously, his spare shooting costing him the finals, and he's got to be sick. He's got to be sick with anguish. But he is in trouble. He is out. And opening the 9th and 10th on spare shooting. You hate seeing that. I mean, the strike ball's there. He's got all the power he needs. And Stouffer coming on the last two. 236, 266. And Stouffer very unlike today, 189, 186, 166, and a 202. But his other 4 games, 245, 252, 236, 266. It's like Ronnie Martin will be in. And we're waiting now to get the rest of these scores. Bowling just about over. JJ's performance today was, when you really think about it, crossing pairs, look at those games, 58, 54, 59. Coming off a 182-0. I mean, he's going nowhere after 4. Look at it. He's got 19, 31, 11. He's 15 over after 4 and 186 over after 8. He shoots 986 the last 4. We kind of thought that might happen. They might blend out a little. And look at the scores of the top 3. Games 7 and 8, 59, 15, 36, 66, 35, 28. Now we're going to wait to see the last 2 spots, which should be Ronnie Martin, and I don't think Martin Reis has got enough, but we'll find out. Trevor Roberts might have went to plus 29. Might have missed by less than a mark. I think Trevor Roberts might have been 6th. So let's just wait it out here. Get these remaining scores in. I think Rikoski and Ronnie Martin are going to round it out. I think Reis dropped out. And it could very well be that way. And Ronnie Martin will be the only bowler in the 4 scratch events this year to make the finals. And this was a tough one. He had to finish in the top 5 to make this one. So,
Attention bowlers, when you're done bowling, please bring your start just so we can hard up and play everybody out.
Okay, we're waiting now for all of the scores to get updated. And again, it could be Rikoski and Martin with Raul DeReese. After opening the 9th and 10th, he had it. All he had to do was mark twice. He missed 4 1-pinners his last 3 games. And he's going to have to really understand that that's what caused it. Not so much the 9th and 10th. Well, the 10th he missed a 1-pinner, but it was those other 3 that we know he missed today. He might have missed more than that. So let's wait and see what we have here now. And look, Pelosi, and keep in mind, Martin's score is not in yet. So he's going to go around, and it's going to be Rikoski at 61. And that might be the number. John Rikoski sneaking in. And believe me, if anybody could run the ladder, there it is. Check it out now. Raul DeReese shooting 167. To go plus 39, he might be 6th. What a shame. Opened the 9th and 10th to miss it. And that equates to the long ride home, folks. Believe me. Roberts got to 29 over, just missing. And I believe that's going to be it.
One more score sheet. One more score sheet. I'll find out here in just a second.
Rikoski hurt. Martin, Stouffer, Janowitz. Keep in mind, Rikoski, Stouffer, and Janowitz have won this scratch event before. They are previous champions. Even though this is the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour, it is our monthly scratch event. Last Saturday of every month we run a scratch. Janowitz, Stouffer, Rikoski have won. Look at Pulizzi's games 6 and 7, 164, 159 to miss by 25. He's got to be wondering. Sajavis, who's 472 out of the shoot, never recovered. Look at his last 4 games, 154, 181, 198, 194. Just never got it going. Tony Biondi had an excellent chance to make it. And then 159, 3 bowls, 220. He makes it. So, very disheartening when you miss. And Raul DeReese went 39. 33 off of 72 is 39. He'll be 6th. And cash for 220, but I don't think he wanted to be 6th. And he's got to really be wondering about his spare shooting. Just it cost him a bundle today. Stouffer still on that great roll. Again, struggling the first 2. Struggling in game 6. So we'll wait for it to. Oh, Raul DeReese got green peppers. Trevor. Of course, we're streaming the finals. We don't stream the finals. I won't be able to go to New England in 2 weeks. I'll get fired. I don't want to do that. I'm going to change this camera here now to watch our last match. Okay. Let's go back to the standings. I'm pretty sure Raul DeReese. There it is. Missed by 22 with 2 opens in the 9th and 10th. Trevor Roberts getting very close. If he struck out, he still wouldn't have had enough. He could have went out 237. It still wasn't enough. But he did put a little run on him. Look at Lee Rathjen. Shot 259 to get close. And you start to wonder when you see all these scores, where did they give it away? What was the fatal mistake? But I got to say this, without any reservations.
10-4 scratch bowlers to our bowlers here, and all of our scores in. We're going to be doing out some of these other payouts for doubles, eliminator, stuff like that. Real quick.
Look at Joe Kubelis. How about Joe Kubelis' last game? You might not ever see that again, folks.
We're paying out 1 for doubles. That would be.
Well, here comes David now. David.
Yes, sir.
Little erratic early, and a 166 in Game 6.
Yeah, game 164.
So when we look at these scores here, what we see
no,
is
166. You're right.
what we see is this. Now watch this. We see 189, 186, 166, and then we see 5 games that are 1,200.
Yeah. So the one.
So what is going on when that happens to you?
Just games 1 and 2, I just wasn't feeling good. I had the shakes a little bit. I got something to eat in me, and then I had a Bud Light seltzer, whatever. I have so this stuff here. It's the B formula.
What is that?
So this stuff is some Jason Duran.
Yeah.
When he was here.
Yeah.
So he does. I think they're called essential oils. I asked him to sign on, so if anybody has any questions, they should ask him.
Yeah.
It's kind
Will
of
it
like
grow hair if I put some on the dome?
Maybe if we rub some on the dome, you never know.
I would love new hair.
I haven't. So obviously, I've been successful in the last month or whatever. And ever since this guy has given me these oils. I don't know if it has much to do with it because it's hard for me to believe in stuff like that. But when you put KT tape on and a Band-Aid, you know, it helps the muscles. I'm a believer in KT tape. Now I'm starting to be a believer in this essential oil stuff.
Well, you're on a roll.
So it's like a calm.
No matter where you go, you've been effective.
Yeah, so it's like a calming stuff. Like I said, you have to ask Jason Duran about it. Thank you, JD. I appreciate you about it. So the 180 start. I just or 180, 190 start, whatever it was. I wasn't comfortable. I got out of a ball that was kind of reading a little too soon, and then I was able to move a little left, get in a different area.
Got real slow and very deliberate with the push.
So then I was just letting the lane.
I
was giving the lane what it was asking me to do.
Well, great.
So
I mean,
and then
great
the 160
shots.
game down on the end. Bad pair. It hooked in the middle. As soon as I tried to go around it, it never saw it.
And our top 5 set player today.
But
there's Jason Duran. He's on saying hello
there
to
he
you
is,
now.
JD.
There's JD.
JD, thank
He's
you,
cool.
baby.
What a nice man.
Oh, he's awesome.
Isn't it wonderful meeting him?
He gets to travel.
The Colorado boy.
Yeah. He's such a good dude.
He's a good man. He bowls good too.
So
Good player.
Anybody watching, if you have any questions about these essential oils, I got vial B. He made me a vial A. Make sure you ask Jason about that.
I want a vial H.
Hair.
If you'll grow hair, give me a gallon right now.
So no, smell it. Smell it. I don't know what's in it,
Jesus.
but I believe I overdose on it. So, well, Martin Valderas.
Nice bowl.
Third place, second place, and first place.
That way you could go bowl your other stuff tonight. Yeah, baby. So wow, John Janowitz. What a machine.
He's unbelievable. You know, his mind is.
He's a surgeon.
Yeah, he's a surgeon.
Yeah.
More than that.
LICHSTEIN up here. On the live stream up here.
More than that,
Up there, Mr. Stouffer.
when you think of his longevity now and how long he's been doing this,
Yeah.
and if I honestly believe, and I could be right about this, I think in the last 25 years he's the greatest amateur bowler in the world.
Yeah.
Now, that says a lot.
Sure.
You know, 'cause there's a lot of amateurs.
sponsor,
Well,
Robert Eddy.
You know.
He doesn't stink.
Big round of applause.
He's
Everybody give our sponsor, James Franklin, the True Coat.
He's a unique man. He's a great thinker. He's a wonderful asset to the game. He's oiled lanes in 40 countries. He's known on every continent, and he's one of us. He's a Floridian.
When he bowls, I mean, not that it's his job, but he like literally plays it like it's his job.
Oh, yeah.
He's always trying to be one
he's
step
so
ahead.
serious.
That's what makes him
He's so serious.
really, really good.
He's a wonderful person, too.
Yeah.
He's loved by
Oh,
everybody.
Jeez.
I mean, he's just...
What a kind heart he
I mean,
is.
he's just a gentle, wonderful man.
Yeah.
And,
Who was the top 5?
The top 5 is a very
What do you
strong
got?
top 5
Is that an
today.
updated one over
This
there?
is it right here.
Oh, you got it in front.
So, Marty bowled. I feel bad for Marty. Opened the 9th and 10th, or he's in.
Yeah.
But he bowled great. So, obviously, it's John
It's
against
fun
Ron.
bowling with Ralderis.
But if you look again at what we have here, you've got yourself and Ronnie Martin and Rikoski, 3 proprietor winners, 3 Southwest Florida Bowl Association winners.
Yeah.
All, but on a different shot. This ain't no house shot.
Oh God, this is brutal.
This is brutal. And then Ronnie Hurt and Janowitz. And Chris was right there, had a 159. Ralderis was right there, 180, 160, had a shot. Trevor Roberts right in here, 162, 180, 180. Then he gets it going, just
he
missed.
got hot. Yeah.
A good bowler. And then Lee, right in his first 4 games, or 3 games, nothing. And then he just barely, missed. I mean, he bowled well.
Well, yeah, a couple shots and he's up in there
A couple
too.
of shots, he's in there. But very interesting shot today. No one bowled. John Janowitz bowled 7 200s. Okay. And you bowled 5. Ronnie Martin bowled 7.
Yeah,
which is
my
fantastic.
my savior obviously is my game 3 and 4. I
Yeah.
mean, you just the arm swing got dialed in, and I got a little loose.
Yeah.
You got a little left, a little right.
Yeah.
You get the right ball in your hand.
Well,
I mean,
you
it
create
makes you look
that.
like
Yeah,
a
but you
superstar,
create
you
that.
know?
You create that by making good shots.
You
So
got to be
Lane-
good with your hand on
Well,
this.
sure, you got to
Yeah.
read everything right. All right, we're going to watch this
So,
game now.
All right, you guys enjoy it.
All right.
Like I said, I haven't really given much Jason Duran props as far as my thinking as the proprietors win and stuff, but make sure you guys get in contact with Jason Duran if you're interested in essential oils.
Essential Oils.
Okay.
Will they run a
Thanks,
diesel?
JD. I'll see you
Will
soon.
they run a diesel truck?
Litchy hops.
Will they increase my mileage?
But all right, thanks, guys.
Okay. So here we go now. 17 and 18 is fresh oil, but remember, fresh oiled at 11 o'clock today. That oil has been down for 6 hours, and that does have a major effect on the lane condition, especially if static electricity carried down some oil from 15, 16, and 19, and 20, and that does happen. Ron Hurt throws the ball very nice. Beautiful footwork on Ron Hurt. Boys now practicing. They have 3 minutes left.
See you later.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I
Gotta
have
get-
to my back.
Long day, long day. Great to see
Especially
you
when I got
again
no
after
sleep.
all these years. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. You get up to Inverness or Spring Hill?
I might be a little closer than you might think come December.
Really?
You wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Oh, I'd believe anything.
Well, I don't know. I'm not 100%.
Right.
But I'll know a little more probably by July.
Okay.
But
Well, you got his information.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
Get
yeah.
a hold of either one of us.
yeah, it's great to see you again.
Great seeing you.
You guys did a
Tuesday.
great job. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Are you doing the ladder live?
The who?
Huh?
Say it again.
Are you going to do the ladder live?
What do you mean the ladder live? I'm doing it now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I didn't see your light on right here. That's why I was like.
Oh no, it's on. I'm live right now.
Okay.
I think I'm live. I better be live. I'm breathing.
Yeah, I'm going to announce each bowler when I get there.
Oh, please do whatever you want to do. I got 2 cameras working. Okay. And we are using 17 right here and 18. It is a fresh shot. Keep in mind, the lanes were oiled this morning at 11. We did not use this pair all day. It was qualifying around it on both sides. 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 19 through 42. And interestingly enough, when we look at this statistic right here, Janowitz, Stouffer, and Rakoski have won our singles event last Saturday of the month. Ronnie Martin finished second to Don Barrett. So 4 of these 5 bowlers have bowled a title match in our scratch events. 3 of them won, Janowitz, Stouffer, and Rakoski. Now, Rakoski beat Janowitz in one of these events. Janowitz has got to the title match a few times. Same with Stouffer. Stouffer lost to Pulaski Jr. So, quality players rising to the top. The tournament that John Janowitz and Rakoski bowled for the title, listen to this. Neither one of them were under 200 all day. Janowitz shot 191, opened 3 of the last 5 frames. Rakoski beat him with 196. Janowitz started with 5 in a row. Opened 3 of the last 5 frames. Rakoski shot 196 with 2 doubles and 1 open and won the tournament. Now he's opened early. Janowitz had 5 in a row. Rakoski had an open. Janowitz was up 50 pins after 5 frames and did not win the tournament. 50 pins after 5 frames and did not win. So, the old saying from Yogi, it ain't over until it's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lightning Strikes Top 5 Step Left for the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tournament. Introducing first, the number 5 seed starting on the left lane from Estero, Florida, John Rakoski. And starting on the right lane from Indianapolis, Indiana, Ron Hurt.
Wow, Ron Hurt out of Indianapolis. How about that? I did not know that. Must be visiting here. Ron Hurt out of Indy. Wow. And here he goes. The Rack Attack, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen him in our leagues. And that's not the way he wanted to start. That ball is just rolling and stopping. It's got a lot of surface on it. It's just biting early and just going dead straight. That does not look good. He switched balls now for this pair. And I don't like the look he's got. Ron Hurt wearing a global shirt out of Indianapolis, Indiana, the Hoosier State. And right now, Rakoski buying a break here, because if Ron opens, Rakoski's got to be saying, really? And that was left off his hand, so excellent shot for Ron Hurt. On the money. And again, there's the cast spots. Raul DeReese 220, Pelosi 210. Let's look at payouts here for brackets. Payouts. There's the pay. Look at David Stouffer's brackets, folks, and Rakoski, Polizzi, Roberts. Look at Stouffer's brackets today. Is that crazy or what? That's some serious buckaroos right there, man. $1,045 in brackets. That's some big money. Okay. That's a lot of bracket money. Did you see that for Stouffer? Wow. $1,045 in brackets. It's not counting pots, everything else. So both bowlers now looking for their first strike. It's early in match one. This is a 5-man stepladder. The tournament leader is John Janowitz. He'll be waiting in the wings to bowl one game for this Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour victory. And he will get a banner if he wins. And Rakoski right now in a lot of trouble. Does not have a good look. And that dull ball that he's throwing is just not giving him anything. He did switch, and it doesn't look like it was a good move right now. That could be close. Look at that. Oh, wow, it hit it. Oh, my God. When was the last time you saw somebody shoot the 6-7, and the 6-pin is hit and lays on the pin deck? Pretty rare. Look at this. It's you take it, I don't want it. I take it, you don't want it. Back and forth. Both bowlers lost. Neither one of them know where to stand, know where to look, and know what ball to use. So right now, I wouldn't count Rakoski out. Even if Ron Hurt makes this spare, he's lost. Thank God he's a good spare shooter. Picked up the baby split in a 1-2-4. So he's got a 20-pin lead without striking. David Forbes, thank you. David Forbes, very nice of you to say that to me. David Forbes, the general manager of Audi of Fort Myers. What a friend of bowling. And he's not going to get anywhere with that. However, as lost as Rakoski is, it looks like just filling frames might be enough to beat him. He opens here, and he's down 31, and the man hasn't thrown a double. And we all know Rakoski is an assassin out there. But right now, he's got nothing. He switched balls. See that? He went back to that black ball now. That changed. See, that ball made a little move. You know, went out to the track, came back about 2 boards. Sean Riccardi rooting for Ron Hurt. That's a Jersey boy rooting for a Hoosier. Sean Riccardi? Joyzy and the Hoosiers? And now Hurt's got to say to himself, well, I can't be relying on too many Brooklyns. What's he going to do here? He's got baby split, missed the head pin. So he's hit the head pin high, left the baby split, missed the head pin right in the third. What do you do in the fifth? Where are you going? What are you looking at? Oh, Ron? Oh, I could tell he can play, Sean. I love his footwork. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got great footwork, great balance. Watch the young man from Indiana. Oh, he caught a break there, broke down to 2-8 to maintain a 20-pin lead over Rikoski. But again, he's not sharp. He's when Brooklyn break down 2-8. Obviously, he's still fishing. Now, this is a big shot here because he increases his lead to 30. But again, he has not really been close on any of his first balls. Boy, he got a break there. That's a 2-pin. So right now, Hurt in trouble. And Rikoski can get up and double to tie him. So Rikoski's 2 balls away from tying the match. Now this will be real interesting. Keep in mind, Rikoski went back to the ball he had been using earlier. Did hit the pocket twice, carried on both of them. So what's he going to do here now? Stay with that ball, I would presume. I wouldn't be switching back to that other one that he had earlier. I think he switched. And he leaves a 2-pin. So right there, he had a chance to catch him. He went right aboard. The ball never recovered. I mean, it's got no area. Looks like he's got 1 board at 40 feet. And Hurt is really fortunate to be shooting 2-0. So both bowlers lost right now. Again, this is fresh oil. It sat 6 hours. Very little back end. And Rikoski down 20 pins going into the 7th frame. And I would say he's got to put some type of pressure on Hurt, get a strike here. Caught a break there on a tickler. Again, that's not that easy to carry in this house. Ticklers do not go well in this bowling center. And he caught a break. Normally you leave a 7 on that. And the pair looks tough right now for both guys. Look at that, it broke down to 2-8-10 again. Boy, those aren't bad shots. The ball starts to make a move and it stops. You see it? It looks like it's going to come off the oil and make a little move, and it just goes sailing by the pocket. Boy, are they touchy. Now he's going to throw resin at this. He's not going to throw the plastic ball at it. So he's going to play the track, get the ball to recover. And look at that. Did not recover. See how tight that back end is? I mean, he does not have a lot of ball speed. That ball did not move. It just never came off the oil and moved left an inch. Unbelievable. So now, interestingly enough, If Hurt doesn't strike on this ball, Rikoski can strike out and control his own destiny. And trip to 4, that's a break. So he can go out for 222. Rikoski can go out for 225. So if Rikoski strikes in the 8th and 9th, regardless of what Hurt does, Rikoski could strike out in the 10th and win. But he's still behind in the match, 7 pins. This puts him up 3 if he strikes. It's laying very touchy. Rikoski left a 2-pin on it last frame. That's a little straighter up and at him. Oh, and he trips a 4 also. Wow. 2-pin to the left wall, going between the 4 and the 7, tripping out the 4. So now he's got a 3-pin lead. And it's simple. If he strikes here, Hurt cannot shut him out. But if Rikoski misses, Hurt can control his own destiny. And that's what you want. And that's John Rikoski. That's about as much emotion as you'll ever see. Now he's 13 pins ahead. Now Hurt knows it's got to strike here. It's not over, because Rikoski would have to mark 9 spare 9 to shut him out by 1. This is the key shot of the day for Ron Hurt. He's got to get a strike here to get within 3 pins and have a chance to take the lead in the 10th. Pretty good shot. Oh boy. And it's over. Unbelievable. He's got nothing. I mean, that was not that bad a shot. He tried to jam it. I don't blame him. He left 2 pins. You know, he's got to go. He's got to get it to the pocket. And right now, his only hope would be to strike out and Rikoski get a 5, like Agree Church, or a 2-4-8-10. If he does not strike here, the match is over, and Rikoski will move on. To bowl Ronnie Martin Jr., and they have bowled each other, it seems like, every week. Now, Rikoski bowled Ronnie Martin Jr. in the Eddie Foods event last month, and they're going to bowl each other again. They bowled each other many, many times, but not quite yet. If Hurt strikes here, he forces Rikoski to get a good count. And that's it. He had nothing. Those are decent shots. Look at that game. Decent shots. I mean, he did not spray them all over the place. Just little or no ball reaction off the oil. Board right, 2-pin. Board left through the nose. Ron Hurt shooting 180. And quite frankly, John Rikoski catching a break where he had time to switch balls and get lined up, and he could be dangerous. That ball just went 60 feet. You see that? Nothing. So now, Rikoski will bowl Ronnie Martin Jr., 2 men that have bowled each other many, many times here in our scratch events and local events in Southwest Florida, the proprietors, leagues, state tournaments, city tournaments. Ron Hurt will make $300 for 5th place. Now Rikoski will go on and bowl Ronnie Martin in a $200 match. The loser will get $500. The winner will have the dubious distinction of having to bowl David Stouffer. And Rikoski in a lot of trouble. shooting 199. And it looks like when he goes up and at him and hooks early, he misses a board right. It's a 2-pin. So he's going to have to come up with something.
And semifinal number 1, John Rutkowski defeated Ron Hurt.
Okay, now here comes Ronnie Martin. I would call him a young veteran. There's no fear in this man's body. He is a player, very confident young man, very well liked. And his dad is a world-ranked archer. They both have won the proprietors event here, which David Stouffer's won 7 times, which is crazy. Ronnie's won it twice. His father's won it twice. So the father and son are by far the best father and son combination in Southwest Florida. The Martins are by far. There is no other father and son in Southwest Florida even close to what they've done here locally and in outside tournaments. They can bowl. And the nicest people you ever want to meet. When I was in business in Cape Coral, the father and son would come in and we would laugh and drill balls and talk, and they were very good customers of mine up to about 2011, and then I stopped drilling here. So when I see them now, I remember Ronnie as a young boy coming to me, 14, 15, 16 years of age. Now he's 30, he's got kids. It's amazing. Time flew. A very tough loss against Don Barrett in January. Needed 9 to lock him out. Got 7, had to make the spare and got 2. Went 7-2 in the 10th to lose 211 to 210. And he was upset, but I brought him in the booth. He was smiling. You know, he got 1,000 for second, but it hurt. But he was so nice, just genuinely nice and thankful. And he's made every finals now in this Saturday event. February, March, and April, the only one, the only bowler to make them all. A classy young man, got a lot of friends locally. And what's he going to do now? The match is going to start. Oh, he's got some balls remaining. Sorry, didn't know that. I'd be using that ball right there. See, that one lays up and it doesn't hook high. That one revs up sooner, sort of lays up. I don't have a link to the graph, Cooper, but I know it's called the ISC 2019 ISC Men's Singles Pattern. And I wanted to put it up, and we didn't have time today. We got on the air late, and I didn't have the tech support today early enough to do it. But I will tell you one thing. When you look at it, it is amazing. It looks like a nuclear bomb. You see a small stem coming up, and then a wide pot above it.
Number 3 seed from Naples, Florida, Ronnie Martin III.
Hi, Ronnie Martin. And Ronnie Martin's got a lot of friends here right now. John Rikoski out of Bonita. They've bowled leagues together in tournaments for many years. And here they go. Rikoski now getting ready, the veteran, 49 years old, against the 30-year-old Ronnie Martin Jr. Thank you, Ken Lees. Hey, there's Ronnie's dad. Glad you're watching, Ronnie. Your son's wonderful. It's 4th finals in a row here. And our monthly scratch events, very impressive. I told him that today. He looked at me, he says, really? I says, yeah. I says, I look for stuff like that. You're the only one, kid. The only one to do it. Hooked early. See, the previous shot sort of set up. That one he hit it a little harder and it jumped. Kent Lees knows about the patterns, that's for sure. Whatever that thing is. We put that in our house leagues, we may as well close the doors. Balls hit that 7 board, they go right to the 10 pin. All right, Marty. Oh, God. Did not want to miss that against Rikoski. That's what you can't do. You cannot miss spares against John Rikoski. Cooper, when I say it hooked early, the way I see it is the ball jumped that time at 40 feet. Maybe the word early is wrong, but it jumped. And when it doesn't jump, it didn't hook. So maybe my terminology is wrong. I know it does, in a true sense, you're right. It's not hooking early in the heads. It can't, they're flooded. So I'm probably saying it wrong, but I know what I want to say, but I'm old, so I'm confused. And if all of you understood that, good luck to you. Let's just say it hooked a little sooner than he wanted it to. Or let's say he missed left and it hooked too soon. Oh, Ronnie, come on now. What has he done here? Look at this. Oh, God. Very uncharacteristic there. And did not want to start out this way. And if this guy puts a double together, he's up 42 pins in 3 frames. $52 if he doubles. Oh, God. Now, you know he didn't want that. He gets embarrassed when he has stuff like that. Jerry McAllannick, I'm sure Ronnie Martin Sr. will give you a lesson. I asked him if I could put an apple on the top of my head, would he shoot it off? And he laughed, and I'm thinking, not me. Sorry, folks. Oh, boy. See, they're giving Rikoski an opening. He wins with 2-0. I mean, he's not sharp. All of a sudden, he gets a 2-pin. He's got the left lane wired. You know, if he could figure out the right lane here, you don't want to give this guy an opportunity to get lined up. And he's fishing that right lane. He starts striking there. You never know. Attaboy. Well, you just got to double up there, kid. All you can do now. Put a double out there and Prater Rakoski leaves a 2-8-10 or a Greek church or something, but you got to give him some pressure. Spurs ain't going to cut it. This pattern is so humbling when you see these guys. They're really good bowlers, and boy, they got quarter boards to hit on this. Not boards, quarter boards. Look at that. That ball just gave it a touch room, went through the nose last time, just leaked to the board. It doesn't recover. Unbelievable. And that's what Stouffer and Janowitz got to understand. The more time this guy gets, the deadlier he becomes. He is a genius at what I would call hand position changes and loft changes. And that time, he gave a little more loft, and he did something with his hand to get it to read, and all of a sudden, let's see what he gets here. And he's hitting the pocket every time on 17, so now, by letting him fish and taking the pressure off him, that's got to affect Stouffer and possibly Janowitz. This man is a great, great bowler, and the last thing you want to do is give him time. With zero pressure, I like to call this, quite frankly, to make it real simple, the pattern from hell. I don't want to hear about 2019 ISC men's singles. It's the pattern from hell. It's when you leak at a board, you get that, and when you miss a half a board left, you get a baby split. My cameras aren't fuzzy. Jerry, I don't see that. Is this fuzzy to you folks out there? I hope not. How about this camera? Is this one fuzzy? My monitor shows it sharp as a tack here. You know, it's interesting because when we, as bowlers, see this, we realize how tough the game could be. You know, people say it's an easy game. Sure, it's an easy game for leagues and amateur players that are here to have fun, where it's recreation. You know, they work all day, they come in, they want a beer and a sandwich, they want to yell and scream and bowl. Let them hit the pocket. Let them have some fun. This is the real game right here. This is the way the game was played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But unfortunately, we can't do it anymore because of the dwindling market. But this is a tough game on something like this. We appreciate so much what John Janowitz did today, averaging 225 crossing the house. That's some great, great bowling. And in the old days, when a guy averaged 225 for 8, they told him great bowling. Now you average 225 for 8, and they tell you don't know what you're doing. Well, today you had to know what you were doing on this. There is no gimmies on this stuff. This is brutal. Look at Ronnie Martin. I mean, this young boy been here all day. He's going to shoot 150. And the pair's tough. And he's trying his heart out, and he's got nothing. And Hurt got nothing, and they were in the top 5. Tough game. Yes, it does depend on how many beers, Mike. I agree. I don't drink anymore. But when I did, I used to float up there on a couple of Merlots, boy. No, I'm good. I don't drink. I used to drink. I drink coffee, but I'm good. Thank you, sir. Corey Hausman wanted to know if I wanted to drink. I said, I don't drink. He said, coffee? I said, I'm good. All right, let's watch Ronnie now. See if he can put something together here. Pretty good there. Yes, Haas. Now, obviously, if he puts the game out, Burkowski would have to mark 2 of 3 frames to win. Now, when Rakowski beat Janowitz, that's what happened. Janowitz had to mark 2 of 3 frames to win and didn't. So, we've seen it before. Now it's over. His last 2 shots were pretty good. Nothing to be ashamed of. 4 months in a row in match play. Bowled against Don Barrett. Bowled against Rakowski. Comes up from Naples every time. And proves that he can bowl against anybody in this field. Just one of those days where a couple of early spares. Just got John loose. See what it looks like from here. There it is again. See that? Just that half a board right? See it? God, is that lane tough. What do you do now? You got Stouffer and Janowitz coming at you. He starts with 4 in a row, and all of a sudden, he's got nothing again. See it? The whole match was won and lost in the first 4 frames. John's got 4 in a row, first 4 frames. And Ronnie Martin has got a spare and a strike. And the last 4, actually, they're only a mark apart when you look at their games. Frames 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1 strike between them. That ball hung, wanted to move, and it hung and just got enough of the head pin to catch a wall shot. Ronnie's smiling now. I mean, that's all you can do. Take the 500 and say, well, It was worth bowling for 500. I'll take 500 on a Saturday. Plus, I'm sure you got a little bracket money in there. We'll take a look in a minute. Let's see if Ronnie Martin got any bracket money here. Nope, no bracket money. Look at Stouffer and Rakoski. How do they like it? That's some serious money. Look at the pots. And Ronnie Martin with a very disappointing 163. John Rakoski catching a late double. Looks like he moved in a little on that lane, got away from that flutter spot. Looks like he made about a 2-2 to the left, increased his loft and his ball speed, knowing that right now he's got to beat, obviously, the two best players in Florida right now, Rakoski and Janowitz. And some people could question that, but as far as non-pros go, they're the two best. All right.
David Stouffer, 6 shots, 3 on each leg.
Ronnie Martin getting hugged by David and John. Good man there. So now it's David's turn. Again, Stouffer had a problem this morning on the fresh. Remember, 180, 180. And he had it last night on the fresh, 180, 170. So both times, of course, there's 4 games bowled now, but both times on the fresher shots, he struggled and did not break 200. So, although that first shot looked pretty good to me. But his low games have been early, last night and today. And if you look at his games today, you can see it, 189, 186. Last night it was the same thing. So interesting. We don't know it'll be that way, but those are legitimate stats. It doesn't look like that's going to be the problem with that look he's got here. Rakoski and Stouffer have battled each other. Gilbert Willett, I think all you can do is wipe it with a towel. I don't believe, now don't get me wrong, I'm not a rule nut, and I don't say that to be disrespectful. I don't believe I saw anybody cleaning their ball with any cleaners today. Now, I could be wrong about that. I just don't know about that cleaning rule. Again, this is Corey Hausman's tournament. He might have some tournament rules that he's allowed to bring into this event. But I don't know what they are. Again, this is the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour. He might have a couple of rules added that we don't use here during our scratch events. I don't know. I know that Stouffer ain't missing anything. I don't know, Gil. That's a good question. I haven't seen it today, But again, I wasn't looking for it. Maybe they're doing it and I didn't see it. All I'm seeing is towels. No cleaners. No sprays. I haven't seen anybody doing that. I'm sure after qualifying, they would be allowed to clean their bowling balls. Wouldn't you guys think that? That after 8 games, they're allowed to clean them? I would think so, but then again, I don't know. Good question, Gilbert. Very good question. Again, it just seems like every week this is an instant replay, regardless of the condition, the weekend. This has been going on now, with Stowe for about 3 months. It's just been locked in. Again, I will not be live streaming tomorrow. There is a 9-pin no-tap event here, and normally I would, but if I don't meet this gentleman at my RV.
Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinal match. The number 2 seed from Fort Myers, Florida, David Stouffer.
Oh, I just got a really nice message from USBC Hall of Famer Steve Fair, who liked me posting my Hall of Fame pictures this morning. Yesterday was 25 years that myself, Mike Albee, and David Eusted were inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame, and I want to just say to all of you what an honor and privilege it was to be inducted with them 25 years ago yesterday. 2 consummate professionals, and Steve Fair sending me a very nice message. What a class act he is. Steve Fair out of Cincinnati. Jeff Fair, his son, just turned 40. And here goes Stouffer and Rakoski in the semifinal match. And Rakoski, look, getting a break again. See that? They're giving him early openings. And Hurt gave him an opening to get in. Ronnie Martin opened the first frame and the second frame. So as you can see, whoa. So here we go. And if Rakoski does win this event, I can tell all of you this. To beat Hurt and Ronnie Martin and Stouffer and Janowitz is a monumental task, but he's that good. There'd be nobody surprised in here if he did it. But I wouldn't count Stouffer out yet. A little early for that. This is the lane that Rakoski had problems with until last game. Now, he had problems early, figured it out late, and this is, again, the shot now, because he's going to be on this lane 7 times. That's a pretty good shot, jammed a 4-pin. And the next event is at Pin Chasers in East Pasco on May 8th. Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour on May 8th. Pin Chasers, East Pasco, Florida. Corey doing a great job, and again, just shows you that there are people out there that are willing to drive hundreds of miles on weekends to do this, and he's done it with his dad today. And we really appreciate everything they did for us. Corey coming in here Wednesday, hanging the banners, and then going back home and coming back. So now Bukowski goes high 4-pin week 10. Anyway, he's got a wonderful group of friends on today. I want to thank all of you so much for spending these 6 hours with us. I'm tired, but it's worth it. I've got 4 days left, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I can take a little vacation. I'm looking forward to doing some things I've been waiting for a few years. One is getting out of my senior park. That alone is a treat. Even if I drive from here to LaBelle in my RV, I'd be happy. That's 20 miles. And Stouffer just pure in that one. So they are even with Stouffer plus one hit. He can take a 10-pin lead on this shot. Man just flat locked in for the last month. Pure shot making, week after week. And this is big right here. Does not want to open, does not want to make a mistake. And there's the mistake. See that? Set it short, thumb down, pulled it. Got that elbow out and that thumb went down and that ball was left off his hand. That is a physical error right there. Split in the first, split in the fourth. Look at this, six and six out. And Rakoski, sitting on the bench, could be down 10, is now up 22 before he throws the ball. And what are the odds of that? See what just happened there? Loses 4 pins in count. Could have been 61 in the fourth. If he strikes, he's 10 pins ahead. He's 22 down with John on the bench. Unbelievable. And look at this. Oh boy. Both bowlers just wondering, what have I got to do here? And if Rakoski misses this, that's 3 opens in 8 frames. And 2 people that have been on this shot all day that are great bowlers. And it just tells you exactly what this is. It's called the shot from hell, folks. Look at this. 64 to 57. With 3 strikes and 3 opens in 8 frames. 2 spares. And again, this is a big game for Stouffer because he made about 1,000 in brackets. If he gets to the title match and wins, it's another $2,500 weekend for him. And again, you know, when we see this, it just goes to show you that the slightest mistake on this pattern, setting it short, thumb down, missing a board left, hitting it a little too much, missing a board right. I mean, you literally have one board. And this is the old game. This is what it was like when I was a kid. You just did not get up there and rip it up, 25-5 and let it hook back. It was, you had to splice it. And that ball sailed. Too much juice in the front. Just juiced it and it went right by the break point. Janowicz has got to be loving it, knowing that both guys are lost. That always helps you in that one-game match. I mean, both bowlers right now are lost, and Janowicz knows it. Stouffer looks like he's going to switch balls. Kent Lees has got the pattern for all you. Thank you, Kent. Kent's my new statistician. He helps me with pattern control. Brian Sullivan, what do you mean 6 football games today? Did you play football today, Brian? You're not kidding, are you? Stouffer pured that one. The next question is, what does Rikoski do on this right lane, which is brutal for him? The minute he leaks it, it's 2-pin and who the heck knows what else. And if he cuts it a little short, it goes early. So what does he do? Is he going to parallel left a couple more and see if he could fall it back? Looks like that's what he's done. Looks like he's standing deeper here on this lane. Oh yes, he's deeper. Oh, and he got a break. See, he paralleled left. Got out of that flutter zone where there's a 2-pin staring at you. And caught a break on the trip 4. So now he opens up a 17-pin lead and can make it 27 here with a strike in the 7th frame. Oh, I got it, Brian. Cool. I didn't realize you're a referee. That's great. All right, let's watch Rikoski here now for a 17-pin lead on this shot. Oh boy, got a break. It's a 15-pin lead now. It could have been 27, excuse me, if he struck. So if he makes this, he's 15 pins ahead. Stouffer can come up and double and take the lead. And it seems like no matter what the pattern is, you see Stouffer, you see Rikoski, it's just, these guys are just so good that no matter what's out there, they're always factors. Now let's see what Stouffer does here. Keep in mind, he opened in the 1st frame, struck in the 3rd, spared the 5th on this lane. That's him. Just solid. Now he needs this one here to take a 5-pin lead. And if he strikes here, he can control his own destiny. By striking out, he'd automatically win. Oh, Oh my God, what was that? That was a double Tom Doherty. That was a 2 forward and a 10 forward. When do you see that in this house? Unbelievable, from another planet. The bowling gods were looking down on him on that shot. That is an automatic open frame in this house on this condition, and he strikes. Unbelievable. And look at that. And Rakoski leaves it. He's got to be saying, this is crazy. I do the same thing. He strikes. I open. Unbelievable. Whew. So, if Rakoski doesn't make this, he's in a lot of trouble. That's a pretty good shot. Let's see. Oh, great shot for Rakoski. Now, here's the situation. He's at a 190 pace. Stouffer at a 197 pace. So Stouffer's not out of it, and neither's Rakoski. Both bowlers in the 9th and 10th can control their own destiny. If Rakoski were to strike here and strike out, and Stouffer doesn't strike out, Rakoski can win by shooting 210. He's got 210 in the wood, Stouffer 227 in the wood. Still anybody's tournament or anybody's game. And he had to have that. Now he knows if Stouffer doesn't strike or doesn't double, he can win. Means if he doesn't strike here and doubles the 10th, Rakoski can still win. If Stouffer gets this one, he needs the first one in the 10th to shut him out. So let's see what happens. Double to win. David Stouffer to get to the title match against John Rakoski. And he left it this time. See that? How about that lane? Rakoski leaves it. He leaves it. There's a flutter spot. Unbelievable. Really looked good off his hand. It's at 40 feet. It wiggles a little, and it goes right by the break point. God, are they tough. Both bowlers. 210ing late in the match. Look at that. Oh, boy. So now, Stouffer has got to double to force Rakoski to strike. He's not out of it. And Rakoski has to finish on that lane. And that lane is not easy. Stouffer can catch a double here. He can force Rakoski to double on a tough lane where you leak it, forget it. It's a 2-pin, and who the heck knows what else. Here we go. Wow. All right. He had to have that. Look at this game. He's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 6 strikes and 3 opens. 1 spare. He can strike 8 times. 8 times for 193. Wow. But again, this is big. This forces Rakoski to strike. If it doesn't, he still has to mark. That alone isn't a gimme. And there it is again. Gave it a little gas, right? Just a pinch, hit it, tilted it, gone. Unbelievable. Look at the splits. 6 and 6, 8 and 8. 2 10s twice. 9th and 11th. So now he forces Rakoski to mark. And what's he going to do? Is he going to pipe it and try for a 4-pin? If he misses it a little, it's a 210. And Stouffer's got to be unbelievably disappointed because third place is $700. That could have been an $800 miss right there. We'll find out. John Rakoski, spare to win. Stouffer walking off the lanes like he's lost. He didn't lose yet. Look at this. Oh, God, did he get a break? He knows it, too. The 2-pin, there it is again. It's amazing. The ball goes to the 2-pin every time. Look at it. Look at Stouffer's 9th and 11th. Look at Rikoski's 8th and 10th. 2 pins every time. Wow. Talk about tough. Well, what does he do? I mean, where do you go from here? You don't get practice balls, right? You just shot 170. You're going to bowl Janowitz, who's world-renowned. The minute you leak it a half a board, you leave a 2-pin. Where do you do now? Do you move in? I think he's got to move in and stay firm, keep it through the front, and hope that it recovers. And look what happens. He moves in 2 and 2, and look what happens. 4-10. And if he goes 2 and 2 right, it's a 2-pin. Unbelievable. Well, here we go.
And our final match. John Rikoski defeated David for 181. And now it's time for the championship match. Mr. Janowitz.
Now, if somebody told me 187 would win this match against Rikoski after he just bowled, or Rikoski would win with 187 after he just bowled 243, and he's bowling Stouffer, I got to take all my money and put it on Stouffer, knowing he's got to beat 187. If somebody said, Larry, Stouffer needs 188, I'll give you even money. Well, I got to empty the bank account. That's how tough these lanes are. But there it is.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing.
187, 181. The title match.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
The great John Rikoski against the great John Janowitz. Now keep in mind, the last time these two bowled, Janowitz started with 5 in a row, was up 50 pins in the 5th and lost. Ended up with 191. So he's at a 239 pace after 5 frames and ended up 191. Rikoski shot 196 and beat him. So, this is a repeat of one of our earlier finals against these two great champions, John Janowitz, 3 USBC Eagles, USBC Hall of Fame, world-renowned John Rikoski, 2-time TAT champion in Las Vegas, 2015 and 17. These bowlers can win anywhere in this country at any time. It's an honor and privilege for me to call this match. And I'm sure all of you are going to love it. And my pick, well, I don't think 187 is going to win this game. That's my pick. I think these guys are too good. If somebody shoots 187 and wins, then we know this thing is, whatever this pattern is, it's beyond our belief. But we just saw it here. I got to figure right now, 210, 190, 216, 217, 195, something like that. And I'm not going to pick a winner. I don't think you can here. They're virtually impossible. Look at that left heel on Janowitz's foot. Check it out. Look at the size of that thing. He doesn't even cut it with his scissors. It just hangs out there. See, he's in the hook spot. And if he leaks at a board, he's in the 210 spot. That lane is brutal. Well, Bernie, this is that pattern, the ISC pattern. And it was brutal last night in our sweeper, but Rakoski shot 918 and won it. Both 4 games didn't have an open. And today, Rakoski shot 1661 for 8. Averaged 207 to get to the title match. So as you can see, this sports shot is very humbling. And when you get bowlers that could win anywhere in the United States and have this kind of experience, both of them 50 years between them of tournament play cross country, and they're shooting these scores, that tells you everything you need to know. This was once the game of bowling, with all the balls and all the reps and all the patterns and all the bull.
Our championship match for the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour. The number 1 seed is a 2-time USBC Hall of Famer. Ladies and gentlemen, John Janowitz.
John Janowitz, there he is. JJ. And now Rakoski starting the match. Pattern purgatory, Gilbert. Perfect. I like that. PP. What are you bowling on? The PP. There's that high trip 4. You only see that on a fallback steep angle. You do not see that on wide open house shots. They don't fall like that. Where the ball's jammed high, that head pin goes to the left sideboard, takes out the 4-7. But on fallback, again, that's the old carry as well. Joe Panko says, John wins. Joe, you're not rooting for me today? I thought we were buddies. Oh boy. None of the boys had that look on that lane. How about that look? Now keep in mind, Janowicz's last 4 games, he went 985 with that ball. He chose to stay with it. 985 his last 4. There it is. See, leaked it. Was late with his timing there. Missed it. That ball was right off his hand. That is a bad shot there on this pattern. You cannot do that and miss it and expect it to recover. It will not. And there's the 2-pin again. And anytime you're that far left and you've got all that oil in the heads and you miss it, it's gone. Just gotta pure it. Timing looked a little late. Now here's the lane right now, and again Rakoski's got 7 shots on this lane, and it is the tougher of the 2 for him. Oh, I know the Barwicks well, Bernie Smith. Good friends with Larry Barwick. What a bowler. Won the Super Hoinky back-to-back years. 83 and 84. And look at Rakoski on his tough lane, piping it. And did he find something? More ball speed. Stood left. And it looked like he just stopped it from hooking. You know, when he moved left the last time, it went high. It seemed like he gave it a little more loft, a little more speed. And he piped it right up. Interesting. He is so good. What a bowler. Oh, wow, a jam 9. Yep. He's pretty cool if you watch his mannerisms and his focus. That's one thing I really love about John is you just don't see that "oh why me" stuff with him. He's just very stoic. He understands it's part of the game. Oh, what did he do there? Oh my God, what was that? Oh my God, he lost the focus. Boy, he's not happy. I mean, he looks upset. Not saying anything, but in his face, oh my God, what did he do? It's in the middle of the pin deck and he missed it. Well, you just don't give that kind of error to a man like Janowitz. On the other hand, the last time they bowled, they were handing it back and forth to one another. Janowitz started with 5 in a row and ended up with 191. Well, you wouldn't expect that. Here we go. I live stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, Bernie, but I'm done. This is my last live stream of a tournament until August. I'm taking some time off. I need to escape. So now Janowitz has said to Rakowski, "You can't do that against me and get away with it." And that's the first time today Rakowski's made a mistake and his opponent has doubled. And so there you go. And Rakowski just solid 9, Wally 7-10, 4 balls in the pocket, 66 in the fourth, back-to-back opens, and 65 in the fourth. Could have easily been a 4-bagger. So right now, John Janowitz off to a commanding 34-pin or 24-pin lead after 4 frames. Like that 9 rattled Rakowski. He missed it. Of course, the 7-10 would have to rattle him. That's 2 bad breaks in a row. And all of a sudden here, baby split. Great shots. That keeps him in the hunt. Now what he's got to hope for is, a rip 7-10 for John, or he misses right, 2-8-10. He's got to hope for a mistake, because if John doubles here, it's 44 pins. Whoa, and he wobbles a 4, and that is a break for Rakowski. It's 24 pins with 5 frames to go. Certainly not an insurmountable lead. And there again is a bonus for Rakowski, simply because Janowitz did not add to his lead. And at the same period of time, You know, John can catch a double here. He's only down 3 pins. So, certainly not out of the wood. Oops, deadwood. Deadwood. Again, we want to thank all of you for joining us today for this first time that the Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour has been here at Lightning Strikes. Normally we run our scratch event last Saturday of every month. And in this case here, Robert invited Corey. Robert was very impressed with Corey's operational skills and the way Corey promotes. So Corey came in here, and now he's going to be here every 3 months at Lightning. And we're all glad about that, believe me. Great field today, tough shot. John Rikoski now really has to step it up, try and catch a double here to narrow the gap to 3 pins. That's a pretty good shot right there. Okay, so that's one. That was his tough lane. Now, what does he do here? Baby split the last time here. Might have lost focus. I'd say he's got to loft it. Keep the ball speed up. Do not cut it short. Do not soften up. Got to be firm. Loft it. Get it to your target. Get it over the foul line. Don't dump it. Get it about 4 feet over the foul line. Just get it out there. That's a good shot again. Oh, and a 9 again. Look at that. Unbelievable. It happened in the 3rd, and it happened in the 7th. Both times on strikes. Oh, Jesus. He's got to be sick. Jam 9s. Janowitz got to be thinking, really? Still up 23 with 3 frames to go. 108 for Janowitz in the 5th. So Rikoski's 85 in the 5th. Uh-oh. Now there's a chink in the armor. Because now, if he misses, it's 8 pins. And believe me, this here crossing that puddle, good luck. What's he going to do? Is he going to throw a rocket at it and back it in and throw hard, or is he going to tilt it? Throwing a rocket. Great shot. Boy, I'll tell you what, that ain't no gimme on this stuff. So he loses 4 pins and count to now be ahead by 19. And interestingly enough, if he doesn't strike here, and Rikoski gets up and throws a double, we got ourselves a match. If he opens here, Rikoski could take the lead with a double. Not that shot. That's JJ, folks. All right, now 19 pins. Rikoski can go out for 215. Janowitz at a 234 pace. And the 2 solid 9s, obviously, both on strikes in the 3rd and 7th frames, were catastrophic. You give him that 9 in the 3rd and that 9 in the 7th, he's running away. 2 great shots, neither of them struck. One he missed. Unbelievable. Well, this has got to strike here. He doesn't strike here. The only way he can win is if Janowitz opens and he strikes out in the 10th. And just softened up. Missed left. And now, the only way he can win is he has to make this spare. And he does. He's still not out of it. As strange as it sounds, he could go out for 195. Janowitz has to strike here, and it's over, or mark twice, and it's over. If he doesn't strike, spare the 9th, spare the 10th, he's the winner. And that's John Janowitz, folks. And as you can see, just what a bowler, huh? Been watching this for 25 years. This young man has just come onto the national scene since the late 90s and just won so many events. Team USA, 3 USBC Eagles. And today, he gets a banner from Corey Hausman. John Janowitz, the next time this tour bowls here, his banner will be hanging out there with Walter Ray Williams, David Stouffer, Christian Ascona, Michael Coffey, Trevor Roberts, Sean Wilcox, and the list goes on and on. The legend showing everybody today why he's in the USBC Hall of Fame. And my teammate for 4 years, I might add. The honor to bowl with John and my dear friend Pete Couture, Ricky Ward, and my son Michael. What a team that was. Hugging each other, best of friends. And JJ getting a hug from Stouffer. And everybody loves JJ. You know, he's just... Oh, Kegel loves him. Everybody loves him. I love him. He's just one of these guys that exudes class, patience, great knowledge, a great goodwill ambassador worldwide for Kegel, the United States Bowling Congress, and the sport in general. And Rutkowski disappointed. 2 friends, very good friends, hugging each other. And there it is.
And in our championship match, John Janowitz defeated Mr. Rutkowski 223 to 183, making John Janowitz our Florida Scratch Bowlers Tour champion.
Again, no surprise. But the first thing you'd say to yourself is, with all these banners that were up there, what took them so long?
For those of you watching with Henry Live, thank you guys so much for watching. Viewing here today, thank you very much for coming out. A big shout out to James Franklin with True Grit Coatings, and a big shout out to our owner and one of our sponsors today, Robert Eddy, donating money back to the prize fund. I couldn't have done this without you, my friend. Thank you very much. We thank you very much. Guys, thank you for coming out. Thanks for all the support. May 8th, we will be at Pin Chasers, East Pasco, over in Zephyr Hills. Probably about a 2-hour hike from here. I'm guessing roughly 2 hours, 15 minutes, something like that. If you guys want to come out, we'd love to have you out there. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a safe drive home.
Great job. See if I can get JJ to give us a little 2-minute interview. I'm sure he wants to get out of here, but I want to get him for 2 minutes and thank him for what he's done for bowling, and just get a few words, see what he has to say. JJ. Two minutes. He's going to come up and he's going to say something to all of you. I know you want to leave. I want 2 minutes of your undivided time. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great bowling.
Thanks, Litch. Appreciate it.
Fascinating to watch you.
Oh.
Finally got a banner.
Yeah,
I was wondering what all those banners are doing up there, and yours wasn't.
I've been close a couple times. Just it's one of those deals. You just,
Yeah.
These tournaments, these tournaments, you get guys like Stouffer and Christus and Rack. I mean, they're hard to win.
I know they're hard to win.
And it's just, it's. As you know, I mean, just winning tournaments in general is it's hard to win any tournament.
Well,
really.
it's a relief to win, but when you realize who you just beat, you say, really, I just beat some horses.
Oh, yeah,
here.
absolutely. I mean, these last two guys are, two of the best in not just Southwest Florida, but all of Florida.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can win anywhere they go.
Absolutely.
Anyways, congratulations. I know you got a ride home.
Litch. Yeah.
I don't. This is my last tournament that I'm going to be live streaming here.
Is it really? Oh wow.
I'm 90% sure.
Okay.
But if I don't see you soon, congratulations on a wonderful career, and hopefully I'll be back in the fall. I'm taking the summer off. Robert and I got a little deal. I'm going to go camping.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm going to go live in bowling center parking lots now, next to dumpsters. It's one of the highlights of my life.
You've never done that before, have you?
Never in my life I lived next to a dumpster, John. Not Litchy. Occasionally I ate out of them. You never know. Anyways, as usual.
Thanks again, Liz.
Congratulations.
Thanks again.
So glad to watch you put on
thank you.
a great show. All of us loved it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All
Thanks
right.
again for having me.
See you soon.
Okay.
All right. Okay, everybody. That's going to be it. And we'll see you Tuesday night for week 36 of the Audi Mixed League, and Wednesday night for week 36 of the Oaks Farms Premier League. Can't wait to see all of you. It'll be a lot of fun. So I want to say goodbye, and as usual, I want to wish all of you a lot of good luck and good bowling. See you Tuesday night at 6:30. Thank you very much.